Chapter 30-40. The primordial dragon pagoda not only protected Long Chen's body, but also his primordial spirit. Such a petty trick couldn't do anything to Long Chen. However, this trick angered Long Chen. In fact, he had already given the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens plenty of chances, but she still refused to come to her senses. You brought this upon yourself. Long Chen's anger was driven by the primordial dragon pagoda's monstrous power. At that moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. As the Milky Way was destroyed and everything collapsed, Long Chen suddenly turned into an immemorial bloodline dragon. What is this? Saintess Xueqi was already gloomy after her inner demon was broken, but the dragon Long Chen had turned into had exceeded the limits of her imagination. However, she didn't even have the chance to think as Long Chen made his move at this moment. Death tribulation. Boom. The boundless death tribulation and the blood sea spread behind Long Chen's immemorial bloodline dragon. This dragon rushed out of the blood sea, bringing with it an endless bloody and murderous aura. This was a divine dragon swinging its tail. The last time this tail was used to attack was the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. This time, it was many times stronger, especially under the immense power of the primordial dragon pagoda. In Saintess Xueqi's eyes, the giant beast emerged from the blood sea and swung its tail. The dragon's tail turned into a giant sword as if the entire blood sea was condensed on the sword. Then, it slashed out as if it could cut the heavens and the earth, tearing the space in the cosmic hive in half. Countless passageways in the surroundings were destroyed by the terrifying destructive power. Impossible! How can a divine emperor have such power? Saint Mother of the Ninth Heaven was stunned. She was confident that she could destroy Long Chen with several fate divine artifacts, but now she saw that the Nine Heavens' 8 trigrams, Time Horsetail Whisk, Galaxy Pearl, Mahogany Sword, Gourd of Good Fortune, and other fate divine artifacts were all defeated by the divine dragon's tail. They became dim and dull, and all her rule laws were completely destroyed by this killing tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the cosmic hive was unprecedentedly shaken. Countless passageways were torn apart, and many divine emperors were running away. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens watched in disbelief as everything was destroyed. When Long Chen rushed out of her whirlpool of attacks and landed on her head, she felt the threat of death. At this moment, she had even forgotten about the primordial dragon pagoda. All that was left was a fear of the divine dragon in her bloodline. Long Chen relied on the primordial dragon pagoda to barely reach this stage. It was still difficult for him to control the primordial dragon pagoda at his current level. If he wanted to win and obtain the 9th ancestral dragon's blood inheritance, he had to end the battle quickly. Arriving above Saintess Xueqi, he did not hold back at all. At this moment, the power of the primordial dragon pagoda erupted once again. Right in front of Saintess Xueqi, Long Chen transformed from the primordial blood spirit dragon into the illusory void cosmic dragon. However, the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens, whose emotions were fluctuating greatly, was still like a madwoman. She even rushed to attack in front of Long Chen. Perhaps due to her fear, she had already pinned everything on the rules. At this moment, she raised a hand, and the eternal grade fortune divine artifact on her finger, the 9-color stone, suddenly erupted with 9 incomparably intense rays of light, even penetrating the endless space and completely submerging Long Chen. The light of primordial chaos. Get lost. Long Chen was too close and she was too flustered. That was why she wanted to use the laws to force Long Chen away. In the burst of light from the 9-color stone on her ring, 9 kinds of colors suddenly converged. After mixing, they unexpectedly became white. An unprecedentedly strong white light pierced through everything and stabbed towards Long Chen like a sword. One had to admit that Saintess Xueqi's knowledge was too complicated. However, her endless means were probably very powerful even among the ultimate gods. No wonder she could suppress ultimate god Taihao and heavenly Tao Master. Even if she was going all out, the light of primordial chaos was so fierce. If Long Chen did not have the primordial dragon pagoda, he knew that he would not be able to withstand it. However, the heart of great void. The illusory primordial dragon pagoda surrounded the illusory void cosmic dragon. Just as the light of primordial chaos pierced towards him, the void cosmic dragon curled up into a reincarnation in the void like some kind of heart. His entire body was the heart of great void. Bang! The heart of great void violently beat again. An invisible wave of light swept across. Time stop. The light of primordial chaos stopped in front of Long Chen. It did not stab into his body. It just stayed like that forever. The heart of the Great Void was actually a type of transformation. The greater the area where it could stop time, the more concentrated the flow of time in the most central location, which was the enemy's position. The endless weave's time stop caused the flow of time in that location to accelerate billions of times. At that moment, Saintess Xueqi, who could not move, personally felt an indescribable fear. She was a woman who loved beauty, but this instant of time acceleration made her truly experience the madness of time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time was billions of times faster in her body. She saw with her own eyes that her lifespan was fading away. Everything was consumed. Even her immortal face began to age. Her supreme god-level body began to collapse. How terrifying that was. No, no. It was a kind of mournful plea. Saintess Xueqi no longer looked like a perfect goddess. She became a pitiful woman who cried. Only then did Long Chen appear in front of her. Of course, the heart of Great Void was still beating. He controlled her life and death with a primordial dragon pagoda. Do you see this? This is the real power of time. I lost. I lost. Saintess Xueqi looked at him with teary eyes. Even her tears were colorful. From her pitiful look, one could see her deep regret. The passing of time was her nightmare. She was not stupid. She had experienced it herself. She believed that in just a quarter of an hour, she would become a skeleton. Billions of years of lifespan dissipated. It's good that you know you've lost, Long Chen said. I beg you, let me go. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought for what's yours. I'm willing to admit defeat. Even if Long Chen did not let her go, he would still get the inherited meridian blood. That was for sure. Therefore, after experiencing the torture of time, she wanted Long Chen to spare her life. Although she had changed a lot, Long Chen knew the power of the heart of Great Void. Perhaps she cared too much about things like lifespan and time. However, he did not really want to kill the other party. After all, the other party was a member of Hongjun's Star Sea. Moreover, every ultimate god was precious. Killing one would mean one less. In the future, they could be used to fight against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Another thing was, the primordial dragon pagoda could not hold on any longer. That was all Long Chen could do. This was his limit. He quietly withdrew the heart of the Great Void, and everything returned to normal. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens collapsed at his feet. Although she was the Holy Mother, she was still sweating profusely at this moment. She panted heavily in front of Long Chen, and her face was almost pale. Her colorful eyes were still filled with endless shock, and she could not extricate herself from it. I'll say it again. I'm not lying to you. This primordial dragon pagoda belongs to the dragon sacrificial continent. Without our bloodline, no one else can use it. In this world, apart from Di Jun, there's only me. Now that Di Jun is dead, I'm the only one left. Also, according to our bet, you should give me that drop of blood. Oh, Xueqi Saintess responded blankly. She then looked up at Long Chen numbly. Long Chen was standing in front of her. To be honest, he was relieved to be able to defeat her. Of course, it was because of the primordial dragon pagoda. In the future, he must master it better. Now that the primordial dragon pagoda had disappeared, it would be some time before it could be used again. Under Long Chen's gaze, Xueqi Saintess struggled to stand up. She took a deep breath and regained her original coldness and calmness. Of course, she still had the demeanor of a dignified goddess. To be honest, her temperament was similar to Lingxi's. It was just that she was too lustful and lost some of her beauty. Give me that drop of blood. Please take care of me in the future. Long Chen did not want to ruin their relationship. Yes, you deserve it. Xueqi Saintess was stupefied, but she really opened the divine kingdom. In her hand was the inherited blood of the ninth ancestral dragon that Long Chen had been longing for a long time. He had been waiting for it for too long. At the thought of being able to control the ninth ancestral dragon's rules, illusions, transformations, and endless transformations, he was honestly quite eager. It wasn't hard to imagine that when he had better control of the transformation rules in the future, it was very likely that he could directly become the ninth heaven goddess in front of him and even use her rules. This was the ninth ancestral dragon's heaven-defying power. Take it. When the inherited blood fell into Long Chen's hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got it. It was not convenient to absorb it in the hive. After that, Long Chen prepared to return to the realm of life. Of course, He had to get Lingxi and the others back first. After all, they were still in danger. Long Chen, Jochin Saintis suddenly called out. Because he wanted to get the inherited blood, Long Chen was very close to her. When he heard her call, Long Chen's attention was completely focused on the inherited blood. He only raised his head now, but when he looked up, he had a bad feeling. I'm not willing to fail, Jochin Saintis still said while gritting her teeth. What do you mean? As soon as he asked this, Long Chen felt that something was wrong. It turned out that there was a brand on the palm that he was holding the inherited blood. It was the brand of a book, and it was glowing faintly. It was very strange. She must have planted this when she was giving the inherited blood to Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had put away the primordial dragon pagoda, he might not be stronger than her. What is this? Long Chen immediately put away the inherited blood and stared at Jochin Saintis with a gloomy gaze. You have 15 minutes to give me the primordial dragon pagoda. Otherwise, you'll be doomed eternally. It's the arcane book of what is love in the world. It's my last divine artifact. You're too shameless to sneak up on me even after the winner has been decided. How can a dignified ultimate god be such a despicable person? Long Chen realized that although he got the item, it was still very troublesome. Chapter 30-41. Needless to say, Saint Mother of Nine Heaven had prepared this last trick for a long time. That was why she was in such a situation. Long Chen had given her a chance by not killing her. He didn't know what the mark on his hand was, but he had a strange feeling ever since it was planted on his body. Saint Mother of Nine Heaven had completely recovered from her previous sad state. She laughed contentedly and said, "Of course, I want you to understand why you lost. I was right. You haven't completely controlled the primordial dragon pagoda. You've reached your limit. So, I succeeded. This is the creator divine weapon that I'm most proud of. A half-original incipient divine weapon. If you don't let me finish it, you will lose something important in 15 minutes. What? Long Chen was still calm. However, he had to admit that the rules of the goddess of the ninth heaven were indeed marvelous and difficult to understand. Their effects were strange and astonishing. Just like the arcane book of what is love in the world. In fact, he had already used it to change his fate, but he still couldn't get rid of it. That was because the book, a creation divine artifact, had already fused into his flesh and blood. All of your emotions, whether it's love, friendship, or family, will be lost. To put it simply, it will change you, making you lose your ability to think, turning you into a walking dead machine. You think it's incredible, right? That's right. I'm such an incredible person. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But after 15 minutes, nothing can be changed, unless you give me the primordial dragon pagoda. Then she smiled coquettishly. Her face was full of pride as if she had forgotten the lesson Long Chen had just taught her. 15 minutes is enough for me to take your life. Long Chen wasn't sure if what she said was true, but at present, the heavenly book of what is love in the world was indeed affecting his mind. He also saw some chaotic things in front of him, and his emotions were constantly changing in the direction of coldness. Although it was hard to believe that such a rule could be fulfilled, in reality, Lingxi seemed to have a similar rule, so he roughly understood that she was not joking. Because of this, he summoned the primordial dragon pagoda again, but after he attacked just now, the primordial dragon pagoda did not respond. This made him frown deeply. He did not hate this woman before, but now he hated her very much. Stop struggling. This thing was prepared by the three of us to deal with you from the very beginning. We were afraid that you would escape into the life and death realms, but we didn't expect that it would come in handy at the last moment. Now you can't escape anymore, so I'll be merciful to you. That drop of blood is a gift from me, but you have to give me the primordial dragon pagoda. You don't have much time left. The more he spoke, the prouder his expression became. Oh right. At this point, the ninth heaven saintess smiled strangely and said, "This is like a curse. There is only one way to remove it, and that is to use the life of someone who loves you deeply to make up for it. As long as she burrows into the heavenly book of what is love in the world, the curse will naturally be removed." As if hearing ninth heaven Saint Mother's words, the heavenly book's imprint flashed with a bloody light, as if it was very excited and wanted to devour a fresh life. That little woman of yours is a suitable choice. But will she give up her life for you? Long Chen had a headache. If not for the primordial dragon pagoda, he would not be Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's opponent. But now, he could not use the primordial dragon pagoda at all. No matter how he called for it, it dimmed and did not respond. There's not much time left, Long Chen. The heavenly book's curse is gradually coming into effect. Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's expression turned cold. I told you you can't control it. Long Chen was really impressed by this woman who refused to give up. It seemed that she would not give up until she reached the Yellow River. The primordial dragon pagoda appeared in his hand. Of course, it was the dim primordial dragon pagoda. He waved his hand, and the primordial dragon pagoda fell into Saintess Xueqi's hand. After spending so much effort, she finally got what she had been dreaming of. Saintess Xueqi's eyes shone brightly as she hurriedly reached out to catch the primordial dragon pagoda. In an instant, she touched the pagoda. The moment her hands came into contact with the primordial dragon pagoda, a destructive light burst out from the pagoda. The space within a meter of the pagoda was torn to pieces. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens screamed in pain as her hands were torn to pieces. Even the 9-colored stone on her fingers let out a mournful cry and almost shattered. Long Chen had guessed that the pagoda would resist, but he did not expect it to be so serious. Ninth Heaven Saint Mother was injured, and both of her arms were shattered. Naturally, she was so angry that her face was red. She glared at Long Chen. If I could control it now, you would already be dead, Long Chen said indifferently. Saint Mother of Xueqi knew that the primordial dragon pagoda was rejecting her. Whether she believed it or not, it was obvious that Long Chen did not lie to her. She had plotted so much, but all she got was something that was useless to her. The truth made Saint Mother of Xueqi's world collapse. She was angry before, but now she was furious. Even so, she could not get the primordial dragon pagoda. Now you can give up. Long Chen put the pagoda away. Ninth Heaven Saint Mother looked at him with a gloomy gaze. Take this thing back. There's no need for us to fight. Long Chen said. In your dreams. You can slowly enjoy the feeling of being a heartless person. Ninth Heaven Saint Mother sneered and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the darkness. It seemed that she was going to leave directly. Of course, she had given up. However, she was still angry, so she did not want to let Long Chen go. What a vengeful woman. Long Chen sensed her location through the death rain and found the closest exit. He instantly appeared in front of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. Piss off. I don't want to kill you now. If you push me too far, you'll die. The Saintess of the Nine Heavens let out a furious roar. The 8 destinable divine weapons on her spread out, including the Nine Heavens 8 trigrams, the Time Horsetail Whisk, the demonic mirror, the Starry Pearl, and so on. She couldn't use the primordial dragon pagoda right now. If she attacked directly, she would definitely injure Long Chen severely. Release the heavenly book. Don't force me to kill you in the future, Long Chen said in a low voice. You think I'm afraid of you? Ninth Heaven Saint Mother might have really gone mad with anger. When Long Chen caught up, she did not say a word and attacked him directly. Star River Destruction Art. Billion Inner Demons Art. Several kinds of rules erupted. Under the influence of the heavenly book, Long Chen had to hide in the death world to avoid Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's attack. Now, he gradually wanted to kill this woman. Previously, Long Chen had let her go, but he did not expect her to not be grateful at all. Instead, she was so ruthless. He should not let such a woman go. On the blood sea of the death world, Long Chen was a little depressed. The matter here was not over yet, and Lingxi was still at ease. Long Chen did not want her to come back. Moreover, Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's words made him worry that Lingxi would do something stupid after hearing it. So, he did not let Lingxi and the others come back for the time being. As for Ninth Heaven Saint Mother, she rushed out of the circle of the exit of Long Chen's death world in a short time. It would take a lot of effort to catch up with her. It seemed that a quarter of an hour was definitely not enough. Now, Long Chen could only pin his hopes on removing the curse of the heavenly book by himself. In the God Nation, everyone was trying to think of a way, but most of them were helpless. For a moment, apart from Lingxi and the others who were focused on dealing with Divine Lord Tai Hao and did not know much, some of the key figures in the God Nation that Long Chen was familiar with were panicking, especially Yang Yu and the others. I don't believe that this thing is as scary as Ninth Heaven Saint Mother said. Long Chen, what do you think? Unintentionally, everyone was the most concerned about him. In fact,
Long Chen could already feel that the strange rule of the heavenly book had spread all over his body and was invading the heart of the rule. He felt that it was like a rule that blinded and disturbed the mind. It would not completely make people lose their emotions, but if they were controlled by it, they would indeed lose their sanity. It was as if they were possessed. The primordial dragon pagoda. Long Chen was very depressed. He did not expect to fall into the hands of a woman like this. Moreover, there was really nothing he could do about it. He truly understood the terror of a woman's vengeance. The further he went, the more dizzy he became. His mind was in a daze. He kept activating the primordial dragon pagoda, but there was still no response. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. If I have the primordial dragon pagoda, I might be able to remove the rule of ninth heaven Saint Mother. It's almost time. The top of Long Chen's head was already dripping with sweat. At this critical moment, the entire heavenly book had already melted and completely fused with his body. At that moment, Li Xuanji suddenly said, "Let me see, Long Chen. Do you know how to break it?" Long Chen had asked her to come out of the divine nation. He hadn't seen her in a long time. She had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to catch up to the others. However, the results weren't good. Sometimes, talent was a very important thing. Unless Long Chen could find the origin dragon soul of the charm dragon. Li Xuanji held his hand and said, "I'm not too sure, but it shouldn't be as mysterious as she said. It's just a destinable divine artifact and a rule. There must be a way to break it." Long Chen had a bad feeling when he looked at her. "Don't do anything stupid. There's no need to use your life to make up for such a small matter. I have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt like his body was about to collapse. The heavenly book's curse was already attacking his body. "Long Chen, I feel like I won't be of much help in the future. You have a great responsibility. You can't lose here," Li Xuanji suddenly said, gritting her teeth. Chapter 30-42. Ugh! Just as he was about to make a move, the heavenly book's curse launched a frenzied attack. A quarter of an hour had passed. Previously, it had been accumulating, but now, it was an overwhelming attack. "Go back." At this juncture, Long Chen resisted with the heaven-defying law while preventing Li Xuanji from doing anything foolish. In his heart, this was indeed something that wasn't worth using his life to make up for. However, the terror of the heavenly book's law couldn't be resolved for the time being. The Saintess of Nine Heavens was incomparably ruthless. Especially after experiencing the attack of the curse, it was certain that Long Chen's self-awareness would be completely obscured after some time. He might even become a puppet of the Saintess of Nine Heavens. Although he might be able to break free in the future, a heartless person was terrifying. Who could predict that when he was blinded, he wouldn't directly capture and kill the people in the realm of life, including Yang Yu and Long Yan? Therefore, Li Xuanji understood very well. She had always been a decisive and calm person, but she always had a heart that was on Long Chen's side. "Thank you for freeing me from Mo Sang. From then on, I'm already very satisfied to be able to stay by your side. You have happiness and you have a strong goal. As such, I'm full of confidence in your future. If there's a chance, maybe we can meet again. At that time, if I can help you and share some of your burdens, that would be the best." Li Xuanji's black hair fluttered in the sea of blood. Her deep eyes seemed cold, but in fact, they contained endless affection. When she looked at Long Chen, it was a rare tenderness. "Don't." Long Chen struggled. His mind was drowned by the waves of the heavenly book's curse. Li Xuanji was the kind of person who couldn't be persuaded after making a decision. At this time, she didn't say anything and just smiled faintly at Long Chen. The affection of the past was all in this smile. Life and death didn't seem so cute anymore. "Take care." Her love had always been simple and concise, but it was as tough as steel. The heavenly book in Long Chen's hand emitted a strong light, as if it had already felt Li Xuanji's strong love. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Li Xuanji. Before Long Chen could get rid of Li Xuanji took the initiative to approach the heavenly book. Without any hesitation, she grabbed Long Chen's hand. "Xuanji." Long Chen suddenly woke up. But it felt like the dream had suddenly been broken. He woke up because at this time, Li Xuanji was directly swallowed by the heavenly book. It was as if she had become the nourishment of the heavenly book of what is love.
She turned into a black shadow and was absorbed by the heavenly book of what is love? What the Fortune Divine artifact wanted to devour was this intense love. For so many years, the Saintess of Nine Heavens had been feeding the Fortune Divine artifact with this kind of love. The reason why the Fortune Divine artifact was so powerful now was because it had devoured billions of lovers. After devouring, it would be satisfied. The moment Long Chen woke up, he felt like his heart was breaking. He had never expected that today would be the day where he needed Li Xuanji to sacrifice herself. In fact, he was already very proud when he defeated Di Jun. But today, it was like a wake-up call. He saw Li Xuanji disappear before his eyes with his own eyes. That feeling was like watching himself die, watching his heart shatter. He couldn't breathe, time stood still, and everything was falling apart. After leaving the fiend god Buzhou Mountain, Long Chen had rarely spoken to her. She also remained silent and cultivated steadily, not adding to Long Chen's troubles. Until today, she appeared before Long Chen as if she had received a mission. If it wasn't for the fact that she had never cut off her feelings for Long Chen, she wouldn't be the one the heavenly book wanted to devour today. All that was left in his vision was a black shadow. It was her cold but gentle smile that only bloomed for Long Chen. This smile began when Long Chen carried her on his back to search for the saint's fruit. You! Long Chen felt like he was suffocating. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe or accept such an outcome. He couldn't accept Lingxi's death, and he couldn't accept Li Xuanji's death either. Regardless of the outcome, he had already sentenced the Saintess of Nine Heavens to death in his heart. It was unforgivable. Long Chen spared her life, but she wanted Li Xuanji's life. An uproar broke out in Divine Kingdom and the Realm of Life. No one could have imagined that the woman Long Chen saved at the fiend god Buzhou Mountain would suddenly appear at this moment and use her life to save Long Chen. It was as if she had stayed in Divine Kingdom for several decades just for this mission. No one dared to say anything for fear of adding more pain to Long Chen. They all understood Long Chen and knew what he couldn't accept the most. What happened today was one of those things. This had crossed his bottom line and was even more important than taking his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stop Li Xuanji at that moment, Long Chen wouldn't have let her do such a foolish thing no matter what price he had to pay. He didn't even think that a single scheme from the Saintess of Nine Heavens would result in such an outcome. Now, his world was falling apart as if the myriad worlds were about to be destroyed before his eyes. Boom, boom. Long Chen was able to reach this point because of his emotions. Emotions were a kind of human nature, the connection between him and everyone. Once severed, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was why she was so resolute. Even Long Chen didn't expect that. In the end, there were only 2 words, take care. Long Chen became more and more clear-headed. It was as if he had filled his stomach. The power of the heavenly book was rapidly fading and condensing on Long Chen's hand. Long Chen stared blankly at his palm. The imprint on it gradually condensed into a book. However, he could feel the last trace of warmth left by Li Xuanji. At this moment, the hatred and fury in his heart burned like never before. It was not inferior to the time when the Hell God King targeted Lingxi. Soon, this hatred would explode. She was a person who could give up everything for Long Chen. She had even made this decision a long time ago. When everything dissipated, what was left in front of Long Chen was a blue heart of eternal protection. This was the gift that Long Chen had given her a long time ago. Long Chen's eyes were blank as he held the heart of eternal protection that still had her warmth. Her face seemed to appear in it. Everything was still within. Long Chen wasn't sure if he would collapse to the point of wanting to destroy the universe beehive in the next moment. This grief came too suddenly. Di Jun couldn't hurt Long Chen, but this woman, the Saintess of Nine Heavens. At this moment, the heavenly book of worldly love had already transformed into its true form in Long Chen's hand. It gradually solidified and was about to leave Long Chen's body. It was the book that had swallowed Li Xuanji. Long Chen's only thought now was to tear the heavenly book apart and let Li Xuanji out. The fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. The entire sea of blood was boiling and roaring. At this moment, Long Chen saw a black shadow burrow out of the heavenly book and return to Long Chen's body. The heavenly book seemed to be anxious and wanted to return to Long Chen's body to find the black shadow again. However, it was too late. Long Chen directly grabbed it and pulled it out. It was just a destinable artifact. Before it could be used, it had no power to fight back against Long Chen. Long Chen. At this moment, The black shadow merged into every part of Long Chen's body and fused into his strength. Although it was very small and insignificant, Long Chen heard her voice. It was the feeling of going from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. Long Chen couldn't believe it. He thought he was wrong. However, when he sensed it carefully, this feeling couldn't be wrong. She existed in Long Chen's body and it was so clear. Every part of his body had her shadow. She had completely fused with him. She was his Yin demon. You, Long Chen said with a trembling voice. He wanted to ask if it was her, but he couldn't complete the sentence. It's me. I'm lucky. I don't think I'm dead yet, Li Xuanji said softly. Her voice was soft and she sounded exhausted. This answer was enough for Long Chen. He was so happy as if he had gotten the most precious thing in the world. It turned out that the greatest happiness in the world wasn't getting it but getting it back after losing it. I'll deal with you later. Long Chen threw the half-primordial incipient grade creation divine weapon into the blood sea. He couldn't wait to ask. What's the situation now? Can you still come out? He also felt that Li Xuanji was very weak. She was now in the form of a Yin demon, existing in his body. If not for the fact that she still had her consciousness, she was actually just a part of Long Chen's body like the world tree and the heart of precepts. Li Xuanji said, I actually don't understand these changes. Becoming your Yin demon was a very strange thing. Nouch. I'm still your Yin demon, but it's more thorough. Besides my consciousness, everything else is gone. The blood of the demon dragon's inheritance you gave me seems to have left too. Indeed, the blood of the demon dragon's inheritance came out of Long Chen's body and condensed in her hand. Maybe I'm a part of your body now. Maybe. I can't appear in front of you anymore. You can't see me. But it's good. At least you're okay and I'm still here. I can even accompany you forever. It's like this is the best result. It's really good. Chapter 3043. The swallowing of the Book of Heaven caused some changes in Li Xuanji. It was originally related to Long Chen's Yin demon, and now it was even more so. It was even more thorough. Her words made Long Chen feel guilty, but this was what she wanted. However, Long Chen obviously didn't want her to stay in his body like that, to be a person without a body. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, I will let you return to your original state. Also, you will never have to leave my side, he said firmly and stubbornly. Li Xuanji didn't argue with him. She existed peacefully in every corner of Long Chen's body. At this moment, she said in a satisfied tone, no matter what you do, I will support you. I am tired. I can sleep peacefully here. Let me rest for a while. Don't worry, I will wake up. Will you? Long Chen was naturally afraid that she wouldn't wake up once she fell asleep. Now Long Chen owed her even more. Yes. What he got was an incomparably firm answer. Okay. Long Chen relaxed. Go and help Lingxi and the others. We have already obtained the legacy blood. Let's end the battle quickly. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge on the Nine Heavens Saint Mother. Protect yourself and you will have the chance to do everything. There is no need to rush. In the end, Li Xuanji still didn't feel at ease and instructed. However, she was too weak, and her voice became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. Luckily, Long Chen could feel her existence. She existed in his body. They would live together forever. Just like in the Supreme Yin Demon world, he carried her on his back and headed into the unknown. She was there at all times. Maybe this is fate. There was a magical fate in the world. Luckily, she was fine. Not caring about the Book of Heaven, Long Chen searched the entire death world and found the position closest to Lingxi and the others. Now, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang were fighting with Hierarch Tai Hao. They wouldn't be able to last long. Long Chen couldn't let anything happen to them. He had appeared there as fast as he could. Actually, it hadn't taken him long, and Lingxi hadn't sensed the changes in Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared in front of revered divinity Tai Hao. The moment Divine Lord Tai Hao saw Long Chen, he stopped. He retreated to the side, feeling a little tired. Since you're here, it seems like the plan of Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens has failed. I originally thought that your plan was an opportunity for me, but I didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. I'm completely convinced by the three of you. Compared to the Nine Heavens Holy Mother, Divine Supremacy Taihao was not annoying at all. He knew that he wasn't a match for Long Chen and the other two, so he stopped in time. I've already obtained the item. You can leave, Long Chen said in a low voice. All right, I'm completely convinced. The gate of the universe is yours from now on. When we meet again in the future, I hope we can still be friends. Divine Supremacy Taihao was very straightforward. He was completely convinced, so he turned around and left. After he left, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang returned to Long Chen's side. Both of them were very tired, but when they heard that Long Chen had obtained the inherited blood, they smiled knowingly. You've worked hard. Big brother, it's not hard at all. I feel that fighting with him for a while has helped me a lot. Moreover, we've finally succeeded. Mo Xiaolang's face was full of joy. Lingxi smiled gently, but she was sensitive and quickly noticed that there was something wrong with Long Chen's expression. Chin, what's wrong? She was safe and sound, which was a kind of happiness for Long Chen. Let's go to the life realm first, then I'll tell you in detail. After all, the cosmic hive was not the safest place. When Long Chen and the other two returned to the life realm, the cosmic hive became completely quiet. However, there were many shadows, as if countless things were repeatedly crawling inside. In the life realm, Long Chen told Lingxi the details of his battle with the Nine Heavens Divine Mother and Li Xuanji. In fact, Lingxi could see him through the love thread of 3 lives, but she did not have time to pay attention to him during the fierce battle with Divine Supremacy Taihao, so she did not fully understand. Sister Xuanji, did you really do that? Lingxi's eyes were slightly red, and she bit her red lips tightly. Mo Xiaolang said, This Nine Heavens Divine Mother is too despicable. She deserves to die. Long Chen said, We definitely can't let her go. He then looked at Lingxi and said, Don't worry, I will definitely let her return safely. I won't let her suffer. Lingxi might not be as concerned about Li Xuanji as he was. You'll do it, Brother Chen. You can't let her suffer and suffer anymore. I don't know what to say. But if I was by your side, I don't know if I would do that. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to do it so decisively. So, I think that she should treat you the same way as I do. Little she. Long Chen smiled at her. Even after decades, Lingxi was still such a clear and transparent person. Sister Xuanji. Lingxi looked at Long Chen's chest. She knew that Li Xuanji was in a deep sleep here. She suddenly said, perhaps to her, this is also a precious and wonderful feeling. It seems like a kind of happiness to be able to sleep in your heart. What she said was exactly the same as what Li Xuanji said. Long Chen did not know what women thought. Was this also a kind of happiness? Eternal companionship. Perhaps that was really the case. But Long Chen felt that everyone should have their own independent self. That was life. As a man, he could not let this woman who was willing to sacrifice her life for him suffer. That would be his incompetence. When Sister Xuanji wakes up, you must tell me, Lingxi said. Okay. Then will you be able to hear everything I whisper to her? I promise I won't. Okay, then what's our next step? Are you going to merge with the 9th ancestral dragon's legacy blood? According to the original plan, they would merge with the legacy blood first. After that, they would go straight to their second destination, the time tunnel. But now they had to add a small detail, and that was revenge. Long Chen admitted that he was wrong to be merciful to the 9th Heaven Holy Mother. He had almost killed Li Xuanji. He would be more careful in the future. But the next step was to merge with the sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood. The realm of life was very lively now. After Long Chen and Lingxi accompanied the noisy dragon for a while, Lingxi went to improve herself. This battle had helped her a lot. Long Chen found a remote place in the realm of life. The sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood appeared in his hand. I finally got you. The 6th ancestral dragon's legacy blood. For today, he had searched the entire Taihao territory. He had almost lost Li Xuanji. Today was not easy to come by. I don't know when I can find all the legacy blood. Except for the last one. The last ancestral dragon was born after the sleeping shadow dragon. Long Chen remembered that Long Qinglan had introduced the sleeping shadow dragon to him. It was the most beautiful divine dragon in the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. It could transform all things in the world. It was a dragon of illusion and transformation. In fact, transformation was its foundation. Illusion was just a subsidiary rule. Just like the mixed Yuan Fate Dragon, the rule of fate was the first rule, and the rule of wish was the second. The sleeping shadow dragon was ever-changing. It could transform into the sky, the sun, the moon, a continent, a world, a stone, a flower, a river, or a beast. It could transform into anything other than the ancestral dragon. All kinds of supreme divine dragons. Even the ancestral gods of all worlds. After transformation, it could directly possess the rules and everything of the opponent. This was the 9th ancestral dragon. It was everywhere, but it seemed like it didn't exist. Change was an important part of the universe. Time, fate, karma, life, calamity, death, change. As for the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, it was destruction. All things in the world, the eternal worlds, were constantly changing. So this rule seemed simple, but it had already permeated every corner of the world. Just like this legacy blood, it was constantly changing in Long Chen's hands. It even changed into a stone, a flower, and so on. However, the original body of the sleeping shadow dragon was very beautiful. It was the source of all light. Compared to it, the 9 Heavens Saint Mother was like a pheasant. Even a godly venerable was actually very high, very close to the level of the ancestral dragon. I just don't know which part of my body will inherit this legacy blood. Physical slaughter, primordial spirit, divine nation, good and evil at the heart, destiny in the eye. Physical body, primordial spirit, divine nation, heart, eye. What would the next position be dominated by the mysterious dragon Jade? Without the mysterious dragon Jade, Long Chen couldn't integrate so much ancestral dragon legacy blood. It was because of the mysterious dragon Jade that all these terrifying things could coexist. Integrate and you'll know. Therefore, there was no need for Long Chen to guess what it was. He didn't say anything else and directly inherited the inherited bloodline. The dark green inherited bloodline entered his body and began to wander around. It moved to the World Tree, the Divine Palace, the Heart of Law, and other locations. However, it was constantly moving. Perhaps it had chosen a location before Long Chen could truly inherit it. However, it seemed to be looking for something. What was it looking for? It was at this point that the drop of inherited meridian blood began to spread throughout Long Chen's body, forming a dark green shadow. Even as Long Chen was wondering what it was, another shadow appeared on every part of his body. Long Chen, what's wrong? Li Xuanji slowly woke up and seemed a little confused. However, when she just said that sentence, the shadow formed by the sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood actually completely met the shadow of the Yin demon and began to merge. At that moment, Long Chen understood. The Yin demon of dreams. The 9th ancestral dragon had inherited Long Chen's Yin demon. It was as if this had been predestined. There had been such signs since the start of the tomb of the massacre dragon. Even the 9 Heavens Saint Mother's rule and heavenly book seemed to be for this moment. At this moment, in Li Xuanji's blurry mind, everything about her was already inseparable from the sleeping shadow dragon. Chapter 3044. The dark green transformation seal finally condensed on the forehead of the Void Universe dragon and became Long Chen's 7th Dao seal. Of course, the dragon Jade Dao seal was still in the center at this time. The black dragon Jade Dao seal was like a leader, leading the other Dao seals. This time, the dragon Jade Dao seal definitely played a role in suppressing the legacy blood of the Shadow Dream Dragon. However, it was invisible, so Long Chen could not see it clearly. The 6th legacy blood of the ancestral dragon was inherited with the Yin demon as the foundation. It then spread and merged with every part of Long Chen's body. It merged with the other legacy blood of the divine dragon and became a part of Long Chen's body. A world of change appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Sometimes it was an endless starry sky, sometimes it was thousands of flowers, and sometimes it was a surging crowd. The flower in front of him turned into a stone, a tree, a mountain, a river, an ocean, countless lands, and the universe. As Long Chen merged, he felt the dream of all things changing in the universe. The seed of the rule of change was gradually engraved in his mind and into his comprehension. Is this the rule of change? He looked around. Even the realm of life seemed to be constantly changing. Every tiny change could not escape Long Chen's eyes and perception. He was only a beginner in the 6th rule. The legacy blood had given him the first experience. Of course, it was not easy for others to comprehend such a rule. Of course, What Long Chen was most concerned about was Li Xuanji's changes. Now that she had inherited the legacy blood of the Shadow Dream Dragon, what would happen? He was very curious. During this process, the first rule that came with the legacy blood began to be bestowed to Long Chen from the transformation seal. This was like the Massacre Dragon seal and the divine prison of sabers and swords. As long as he completely inherited the legacy blood, he would be able to comprehend it. What Long Chen could not understand was the name of this rule. It seemed to be called Enchanted Fantasy Mirror. It was a very beautiful name. Long Chen had a rough idea of what it felt like, but he did not understand its true effect. It seems to be a preliminary change, like the appearance of a mirror. The reflection in the mirror can also participate in the battle. Long Chen thought carefully. Although the inherited meridian blood was inherited from the Yin demon, it seemed to be more related to Long Chen. Li Xuanji was like a part of Long Chen, like his eyes, like his heart. The one who was truly in control was still Long Chen himself. Therefore, it was not that Li Xuanji had inherited the legacy blood. But if that was not the case, then what? Just as Long Chen was confused, the Yin demon rolled in his body. Li Xuanji's consciousness gradually became clear. Long Chen could feel that as she became clear, her aura was also strengthening. It could be said that within a short period of time, this aura had completely surpassed Li Xuanji's original level. As she became stronger, in fact, Long Chen's overall strength also became stronger. The invisible dragon essence and the Yin demon's power unintentionally became more and more terrifying. Other people's Yin demons and Yang demons had long disappeared after they became gods. Only Long Chen's Yin demon still existed. After becoming stronger, it could even increase Long Chen's own divine power. In the myriad worlds, this was actually already a miracle. Long Chen, what happened to me? Li Xuanji's consciousness was completely clear. She had never been so clear before. She also felt the majesty of her own spirit. It's the credit of the legacy blood. When I inherited it, I realized that it was actually inherited from my Yin demon, which is in you. How is that possible? Li Xuanji's voice was shocked. She kept silent for a while and sensed it. She was probably shocked by this miracle. Although she was a Yin demon, she also experienced her own strength. I seem to have comprehended a rule called the change rule. It is called the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror. Li Xuanji suddenly said. What? Long Chen was even more shocked. After all, this was his rule. The Shadow Dream Dragon was inherited by Long Chen. Wait. Li Xuanji called out softly. At that moment, Long Chen's body changed. The Yin demon in his body gathered and slowly left Long Chen's body. Under Long Chen's surprised gaze, it actually formed into Li Xuanji in front of him. She was back. The Shadow Dream Dragon's legacy blood allowed Li Xuanji to return to this world. She was real and had appeared in front of Long Chen. She had flesh and blood, the heart of law, and the world tree. She was completely a living person. But, like before, she was Long Chen's Yin demon. She could return to Long Chen's body and become a part of Long Chen's body. Long Chen looked at her and she looked back at Long Chen. It wasn't easy for them to look at each other. Li Xuanji smiled, but her eyes were already wet. It seems like some strange changes have taken place. This Umbra Dream Dragon's legacy blood seems to have been inherited by me. I can use its rules, but the real body is you. It's like I've been separated from you, a part of the Umbra Dream Dragon. When she left his body, the transformation seal was still on him. But Long Chen still lacked a small part of the Shadow Dream Dragon. He could still use the transformation rules, but it wasn't as strong as when Li Xuanji was in his body. Of course it wasn't weak, but it wasn't at its best. It's amazing. Li Xuanji has become an inseparable part of his body. Also, it seems like she has to return to your body every once in a while. Otherwise, her power will dry up. Every day, she has to stay in your body for at least half of her time. That heavenly book and legacy blood had changed Li Xuanji. She couldn't be as free as she used to be. But now, it seemed like it had become a wonderful thing. It was like fate had entangled them together, and they couldn't be separated even if they wanted to. It's very possible that from now on, you can use all the transformation rules that I've learned, Long Chen said. Also, my body has changed a lot. It's no longer the same as before. It seems like I've lost things like realms. I'm like one of your arms. How much power I have seems to depend on your power, Li Xuanji was also a little surprised. Her analogy was very accurate. She was like one of Long Chen's arms now. She had inherited the Shadow Dream Dragon's legacy blood, but now it was gone. Her previous realms were also gone. She had become a strange life form, relying on Long Chen's body to survive. What she had now was Long Chen's power. It was a combination of the Yin Demon and the Invisible Dragon essence, but most of it belonged to the Yin Demon. The problem now was how much of Long Chen's power she could unleash. However, Li Xuanji was a woman, after all. She didn't care about how much power she could unleash. Instead, she cared about her relationship with Long Chen in the future. A part of her body. Fusing into one just like that? It was as if, to her, this was a very exciting ending. This was her desire, but also her shackles. Don't think too much. It'll be good anyway. I'll think of a way to solve it in the future, Long Chen said. Yes. At least I can stay here and listen to you at all times. Li Xuanji's black eyes looked at Long Chen. Her eyes shone with a psychedelic light, which made her even more beautiful and charming. Come, try and see what kind of power you can unleash. Long Chen took her hand and brought her to the Death Realm. The Death Realm is filled with a sea of blood. Currently, I only know of one rule called the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror. Let me try. Long Chen used the 3 lives love thread to connect with Lingxi. Now, he used the Yin Demon to connect with Li Xuanji. When this beauty reached the center of the blood sea, her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She stared at Long Chen, and somehow, Long Chen knew that this law of hers was being used on him. Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror. Under her control, the rules of change appeared, and the surroundings became a dreamy world. And between the two of them, a mirror appeared. It looked a little like a magic mirror, but it was countless times more beautiful. The frame of the mirror was a slender black dragon that coiled around the round mirror, and Long Chen and Li Xuanji were on either side of the mirror. Like Long Chen was the main body and Li Xuanji was the clone. That's right, it was the changing rules. When Li Xuanji used it, Long Chen felt that it was almost the same as when he used it. In fact, when she used her power, his body would fluctuate. She was using her own power. It was like a copy. When the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror disappeared, Li Xuanji remained at the same spot. However, her aura was different. As the leader of the changing rules, Long Chen understood her change. She had copied herself. Long Chen understood now. So this was the rule. It seemed like the mysterious dragon Jade had already decided that the Shadow Enchantment Dragon would inherit a part that could be separated. When this part used the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror, it would be able to transform into Long Chen first. It wasn't a change in appearance, but an internal change. The one who appeared in front of Long Chen was Li Xuanji, but Long Chen was inside. Li Xuanji revealed a curious expression. She reached out to Long Chen and made a request. It seemed like she was summoning the Spear of Heaven. Long Chen was the main body. When he agreed, the Spear of Heaven instantly appeared in front of Li Xuanji. She held it in her hand. She could use the Spear of Heaven. That was because she was a part of Long Chen. Now that the Shadow Enchantment Dragon's rules had transformed her into Long Chen, she was like the real Long Chen. In short, the inherited blood made her an arm of Long Chen. And the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror made this arm transform into a second Long Chen. Stab of Karma. Li Xuanji controlled the Spear of Heaven. The Stab of Karma pierced the Death World's vortex. Because it was a clone and not Long Chen's main body, the power was slightly weaker than his. However, it was very close. Chapter 3045. Of course, all of this was built on the premise that Long Chen was the main body. When she truly used the Karma Thorn, even Li Xuanji didn't dare to believe it. The magical thing about the laws of change was that she didn't know how to use it, but she could borrow it and use it. The Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror was equivalent to using the Yin Demon to create a clone. It was limited to turning the Yin Demon into Long Chen. In the future, she might be able to change more things, but that would require Long Chen to delve deeply into the laws of change. However, Long Chen was quite satisfied with Li Xuanji's current situation. This was equivalent to him having another body. This body had the strength of Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, but it could also use Long Chen's laws and the Creation God artifact. It was even possible to use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. He and Li Xuanji had become an inseparable whole, with him as the main and Li Xuanji as the support. Currently, The first law of change could only be used by Li Xuanji. However, in the future, Long Chen was the entire body of the laws and needed him to comprehend it. At that time, the new laws of change would be even more magical. Unbelievable. Li Xuanji kept the heaven-sacrificing spear and it returned to Long Chen's body. At the same time, as long as Long Chen agreed, she could use the ghost blood curse, sky-burying coffin, etc. It is indeed a miracle. However, from now on, you don't need to cultivate anymore, Long Chen said with a smile. This outcome was great news for him. Luckily, in terms of strength, I don't need to cultivate anymore. However, if I can comprehend the new laws of change, it would be the same as you comprehending it. It would be equivalent to an intelligent Een demon. That's even better. Long Chen came over and held her warm body in his arms. He whispered in her ear, "From now on, you won't be able to leave my side. This is your fate. You can only accept it." N. Li Xuanji shuddered. This warm hug made her heart beat faster. When she went to save Long Chen, she didn't expect such an outcome at all. I believe it. This is indeed fate, I can't escape from it. Of course, he had to share this good news with everyone. There was basically nothing to hide from these people. It's so magical. Fuck, boss, you can openly hug them on both sides now. How romantic, they can actually merge into one. Xueqi held her chin. You can also do it with me, hee hee. The kitten laughed wretchedly. Silly cat. There was a time limit for Li Xuanji to head out. She couldn't move about freely and had to spend a long period of time being a part of Long Chen. This was why she decided to stay there. That was an absolutely warm place. The good thing was that the only thing in her life was to comprehend the laws of change, the illusionary laws. The good thing was that Long Chen didn't need to spend time on the laws of change. Li Xuanji's comprehension would allow him to walk further and further on the laws. Lingxi wasn't envious. Towards a woman who was willing to sacrifice her life and everything for Long Chen, she respected her and liked her. For a long period of time, Lingxi and Li Xuanji interacted. They never had conflicts and Li Xuanji never snatched Long Chen's time in front of Lingxi. Even now, she didn't appear most of the time. This was her personality. After stabilizing, Long Chen left the realm of life and appeared outside the cosmic hive. It was time to settle the score with Nine Heaven's Saint Mother. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the time tunnel, but this time it was so dangerous. Long Chen wasn't an open-minded person. Some conflicts had to be resolved. Even if Long Chen didn't want to deal with Nine Heaven's Saint Mother, he had to go there now. Nine Heaven's Saint Star revolved around the Hongjun supergiant like several other supergiants. The entire huge planet was shrouded in colorful clouds and mist. The Nine Heavens Holy Clan thrived here for thousands of years. In the Holy Land that the Nine Heavens Holy Clan yearns for, Nine Heavens Saint Mother and Divine Supreme Tai Hao are above the clouds. What's wrong with Heavenly Tao Master? He hasn't returned yet. No matter how I call for him, there's no news at all. Nine Heavens Saint Mother frowned deeply. In the cosmic hive, she had tricked Heavenly Tao Master. Therefore, she was a little worried when she returned. If she had obtained the primordial dragon pagoda, she would be fine. Heavenly Tao Master wouldn't dare to cause trouble for her. But now that she didn't, things were different. You should be the one asking that. Anyway, you were with him. Saint Mother, I came to bid farewell to you today. Today, I will return to the Tai Hao territory. If Saint Mother has time in the future, you can come to the Tai Hao territory. I will be a good host. Let's go. Nine Heavens Saint Mother waved her hand helplessly. This time, she had really suffered a great loss. After leaving the cosmic hive, she returned alone. As soon as she arrived, Divine Supreme Tai Hao also arrived behind her. Divine Supreme Tai Hao was about to leave, but he turned back and said, "To be honest, I'm still quite curious. What happened in the cosmic hive between you, Long Chen, and Heavenly Tao Master?" Nine Heavens Saint Mother said, "What about you? Did you get your gate of the universe?" "No. You can't even handle two little kids. Long Chen is coming. He has been cursed by the heavenly book. Why are you afraid of him?" This made Nine Heavens Saint Mother's heart ache. Because of Long Chen, she had lost her connection with the heavenly book. For revenge, she had lost a semi-original incipient grade creator divine weapon for nothing. Was he cursed?
I see that he is unharmed. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Said Divine Supreme Tai Hao. Impossible. Did someone really risk their life to save him? But isn't his woman with you? Does he have someone else? Thinking of this, Nine Heaven Saint Mother sneered coldly and said, turns out he's a sentimental person. That's why he escaped. Divine Supreme Tai Hao didn't want to say more. He didn't support this plan in the first place, especially now. If what Nine Heaven Saint Mother said was true, he knew that Long Chen would come for revenge sooner or later. Therefore, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, at this time, outside Nine Heaven's sacred star, the fluctuation of the gate of the universe had arrived, suppressing above Nine Heaven's sacred star. Obviously, Long Chen and the others had arrived. They're here. Humph. Nine Heaven Saint Mother wasn't afraid. She knew that Long Chen could only use the primordial dragon pagoda for a limited time. He might not be able to use it now. She wanted to see how Long Chen would react after losing a person. Moreover, this was Hongjun's Star Sea. Divine Supreme Tai Hao was here. He wouldn't die, would he? Tai Hao, follow me. The Saintess of the Nine Heavens gave the order and flew toward the starry sky. She appeared in front of Long Chen and Ling Shi not long after. She was quite aggressive, and she sneered as soon as she arrived. You're really something. Apart from her, there's someone else who's willing to die. You're lucky. Did you come looking for me today to kill me in the Hongjun Star Sea? To her surprise, Long Chen didn't look sad. His eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. He didn't say anything and was ready to take action. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with that woman. Lingxi held the Myriad World's divine sword in her hand and wore a bracelet on her left hand. That was a cosmic gate that she had prepared beforehand. In addition to the 18 types of heavenly rules and spiritual techniques, she could appear and disappear unpredictably. She was no weaker than Nine Heaven's Saint Mother. Mo Xiaolang didn't participate in this battle. Lingxi was only supporting him a little. Long Chen was the one fighting. He didn't even want to use the primordial dragon pagoda as it was an unpredictable factor. Your primordial dragon pagoda? Take it out. Nine Heaven's Saint Mother reported to the Heavenly Path Divine Emperor while teasing him. She was the ultimate god of Hongjun Star Sea. The Heavenly Path Divine Emperor would always stand up for her. What made her slightly angry was that Divine Supremacy Tai Hao had left without saying a word. Tai Hao. Nine Heaven's Saint Mother called out. Divine Supreme Tai Hao didn't respond and directly entered the starry sky and disappeared. Such a situation was basically impossible to happen between ultimate gods. Obviously, ultimate god Tai Hao would not participate in the battle. But it was the first time he didn't give her any face. Looks like I'll have to finish this quickly. The killing intent in Long Chen's heart had already reached its limit. The scenes from the heavenly book of What is Love in the World appeared in his mind. They were all blood feuds. Now, in front of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens, he directly used the Ghost Blood Curse and Lingxi's Myriad World Divine Sword to support each other. Humph, that means we can't use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda then. The Ninth Heaven Saintess was even more relieved now. She couldn't help but laugh and said, very well, I didn't get rid of you last time and left behind a disaster. The remaining 8 Fortune Divine Weapons were all born. The Time Horsedale Whisk, the Starry River Pearl, the 9-colored stone, the demonic mirror, and so on all surrounded the Holy Mother of Jotian. The battle was about to begin. Whoosh! Lingxi suddenly appeared behind Nine Heaven Saint Mother using space law and slashed out with her Myriad World's divine sword. World Extermination Cut. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the myriad worlds shattered. The endless space collapsed into a river, destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 3046. Holy Mother Jotian had just clashed with Lingxi's worldly annihilation slash when she turned around to face Long Chen's violent attack. The tribulation of life and death descended upon her at the same time. The power of death and the power to strip away life descended upon her at the same time. In the death world, the blood sea was in chaos. In the life world, apart from the place where everyone was, the entire place had turned into a whirlpool of life. In the starry sky, the left eye was a turquoise whirlpool, the right eye was a chaotic blood sea, and the eye between her brows was a turquoise and blood red. Ghost Blood Curse, Heaven Offering Spear, Light of Primordial Chaos. In her panic, Holy Mother Jotian used the Eternal Grade Destinable Divine Artifact, the 9-color stone,
to display the rules. In an instant, the 9 colors converged into a white light, but the tribulation of life and death had already clashed head-on with the light of primordial chaos. The power of life and death clashed fiercely with the light of primordial chaos. This time, Long Chen didn't rely on the primordial dragon pagoda to break through Holy Mother Jotian's rule attack. The tribulation of life and death broke through the light of primordial chaos. Holy Mother Jotian wasn't afraid at this time. She used the fortune gourd to block Long Chen's tribulation of life and death. After breaking through 2 layers of protection, the lethality of the tribulation of life and death's rules was already very limited. Scram! Just as Saint Mother Jotian was about to laugh coldly and taunt Long Chen, a woman suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body. It was as if she had been split from his body. Before Saint Mother Jotian could see the woman's face clearly, a black light had already engulfed the sky and earth, instantly covering Long Chen. Rumble! The sky-burying coffin succeeded. Li Xuanji suddenly appeared and trapped Holy Mother Jotian with the sky-burying coffin. In the next instant, she used the power of the Heart of the Great Void. Trapped in the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jotian was once again threatened by the coffin. In fact, when she was about to use the Galaxy Pearl to break open the coffin, the Heart of the Great Void activated. Time came to a standstill once again. The sky-burying coffin was strengthened, so even if it was executed by Li Xuanji, it still possessed considerable power. Right now, Li Xuanji was already in the state of enchanted fantasy mirror. Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was stunned. She thought of the Heart of the Great Void that Long Chen had almost killed her. It was the same rule, but much weaker. She could still resist the terrifying loss of time rule. She expended all her divine power to make the inner demon bell ring. This time, the target of her attack was Li Xuanji. Although she didn't know how Li Xuanji appeared, she was sure that she was someone very important to Long Chen. As long as she tortured her with the inner demon, Long Chen would collapse on his own. The art of billions of inner demons. Inside the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jotian shook the inner demon bell with a gloomy expression, making the first loud sound. It penetrated the sky-burying coffin and was about to shake Li Xuanji's soul. However, she ignored the degree of telepathy between Li Xuanji and Long Chen. When she attacked, Li Xuanji had already returned to Long Chen's body and become a Yin demon. She became a part of Long Chen's body. Rumble! The inner demon bell rang, but Li Xuanji had already disappeared. With her help, Long Chen's power surged. At this moment, his face was cold, and he moved quickly without hesitation. When his body became illusory, he pressed his palm on the sky-burying coffin again. Buzz! This time, it was as if he and Li Xuanji were working together to form the Heart of Great Void. Even without using the primordial dragon pagoda, their power still increased sharply. The entire sky-burying coffin shook violently, directly drowning out Holy Mother Jotian's inner demon bell. Boom! Holy Mother Jotian bled from her 7 orifices, and then she was unable to move. Time stopped, and then it accelerated. Trapped in the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jotian once again experienced the feeling of being unable to move and life fading away. This time, Long Chen suppressed her with all his strength, and she could not break free. Especially in the sky-burying coffin, she could only wait for death. In particular, Lingxi appeared in the sky-burying coffin at this time, and the myriad world's divine sword slashed over, directly cutting Holy Mother Jotian into 3 pieces. Holy Mother Jotian was incomparably furious, but Lingxi disappeared in an instant, and she was still unable to move. Under such heavy injuries, she was even more unable to break through the terrifying Heart of Great Void. Under the terrifying speed of time, one could see that, under the terrifying speed of time, her divine body was gradually rotting, aging and even turning into ashes. At this moment, Holy Mother Jotian was truly afraid. The passage of time was like a terrible nightmare. Long Chen, let go of me. This is the Hongjun Star Ocean. If you dare to touch me, the heavenly law sacred emperor will take your life, and you will be doomed eternally. He is already rushing over from the Hongjun superstar. If you don't stop now, none of you will leave today. If you anger him, you will suffer for eternity. Holy Mother Jotian screamed mournfully. Is that so? Long Chen appeared in the sky-burying coffin, and he turned into the Void Universe Dragon in front of Holy Mother Jotian. His empty eyes looked coldly at Holy Mother Jotian, and there was only infinite killing intent, no mercy. Then I'll wait and see whether you die first, or the heavenly law sacred emperor arrives first. There was not a trace of fear in his expression at all. You really have a death wish. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I do know the immensity of heaven and earth, but obviously, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. Long Chen was the most confident in the heart of Great Void. At this speed, she would turn into ashes in 100 breaths of time. The heavenly law sacred emperor will save me, Holy Mother Jotian said coldly, as if she was not even afraid of her body being destroyed. Then wait and see. Long Chen also wanted to see if the heavenly law sacred emperor would save her. In the end, at least half the time had passed, and Holy Mother Jotian was already on the verge of death. The 3 parts of her body that had been cut apart were all being destroyed, and her primordial spirit was also beginning to dissipate. Even the heart of law had shattered under the corrosion of time. At this time, although she still looked very tough on the surface, Long Chen could clearly see the panic and fear in her heart. She was already on the verge of collapse, and death was already pressing down on her head. Holy Mother Jotian and a large number of god emperors saw that Holy Mother Jotian was being suppressed and was on the verge of death. In an instant, the news of Holy Mother Jotian's defeat spread throughout the entire sacred planet. It caused a huge uproar. A large number of god emperors rushed up, but they did not dare to go near the sky-burying coffin. Long Chen, please let our Holy Mother go. Many people knelt on the ground, begging Long Chen. Next, the entire sacred planet and 9 heavens sacred clan knelt on the ground, begging Long Chen for mercy. Trillions of people knelt on the ground. Everyone once again begged Long Chen to spare Holy Mother Jotian. Of course, from their perspective, Holy Mother Jotian was a god that protected them. Once Holy Mother Jotian was destroyed, the entire race would be finished, and their status would plummet. Divine venerables could not die for billions of years. Long Chen was slightly moved, but this could not change his will. Where's the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor? Long Chen asked with a smile. He's definitely here. Holy Mother Jotian's voice was already trembling. If he wanted to come, he would have come a long time ago. Stop lying to yourself and go on your way. From now on, there will be no such person as Holy Mother Jotian in the myriad worlds. Impossible. Holy Mother Jotian cried. She finally broke down and became even more afraid. She knew in her heart that if the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor really wanted to save her, he would have come a long time ago. The threat of death caused her to break down, but under Long Chen's gaze, she was so afraid that she did not even dare to beg for mercy a second time. But her billions of people were begging for mercy on her behalf. The power of the heart of the Great Void was still increasing. In such a situation, even if Long Chen stopped, she would still suffer unprecedented injuries. It would not be easy for her to recover. Even if Long Chen did not kill her, he had given her severe torture. There is no medicine for regret in this world. You should pay for your actions, Long Chen said indifferently. Holy Mother Jotian was still crying. No, I don't want to die. I want to live for thousands of years to come. She looked at Long Chen with deep fear in her eyes. On the sacred planet, billions of people were still begging for mercy, but they could not make Long Chen change his mind. The heavenly Tao sovereign seems to be dead. Our Hongjun Star Ocean cannot lose any more people. Although she does need to be disciplined, she does not deserve to die. Give her a dog life. Consider it as giving me face. At this moment, a voice rang out in Long Chen's ears. It was the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. Actually, he should have arrived a long time ago. Long Chen actually thought that he would stop her from the start, just like what Holy Mother Jotian had said. But he did not. Instead, he discussed it with Long Chen at the last moment. He had already given Long Chen enough face. After all, this was the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's territory, and Holy Mother Jotian was his subordinate. How did the heavenly Tao sovereign die? Long Chen was shocked by this news. Maybe there are some strange changes in the hive. The heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not appear, but his voice was everywhere. Long Chen thought about it. It was enough to torture Holy Mother Jotian to this extent. If the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not lie to him, Hongjun Star Ocean could not afford to lose any more. On the whole, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor had really given him face. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Holy Mother Jotian was still crying and begging for mercy. Her body had already withered. At this moment, Long Chen finally withdrew the sky-burying coffin and the heart of the Great Void. Holy Mother Jotian fell and landed on the 9 heavens sacred star. She turned from a beautiful woman to a skinny old woman. It was unknown how long it would take for her to recover her beauty. At this moment, she trembled and knelt on the ground, looking at Long Chen in despair. She would remember today's lesson for the rest of her life. Thank you. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's voice gradually faded. It seemed like he had gone far away. Long Chen, on the other hand, was troubled by another problem. What happened in the depths of the hive? He had actually killed Heavenly Tao Lord. How terrifying was that? Chen. Lingxi came to Long Chen's side. No matter what, Holy Mother Jotian had finished teaching her a lesson. She was still useful. It was not easy to cultivate to the hierarch realm. Since the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor and the trillions of living beings appeared, Long Chen decided to spare her life. In any case, he would not fall for it again. Then, it was time to go to the time tunnel. Chapter 3047. For Long Chen, obtaining the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's bloodline was enough. There was no need for him to go deeper into the southern starfield. After all, he didn't know if the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor was a friend or foe. If he was a friend like the desolate ancient god, it would naturally be a good thing. But if he had evil intentions, he would be a dangerous existence. Long Chen naturally didn't want to have anything to do with him. Obtaining Kitten's main body was more important, so he directly asked Lingxi to open the cosmic gate. He didn't bid farewell to the Hongjun starfield and directly left, disappearing into the starry sky. As a result, many people were still immersed in the shock of the battle just now, especially the arrogant 9 Heavens Holy Clan. Today was the day their pride was completely torn apart. They were usually arrogant and despotic, and they were used to it. But at this moment, they knew that the existence that protected them could also be killed. Saint Emperor. The 9 Heavens Holy Mother knelt on the ground. She was now withered, and it was unknown how long it would take for her to recover. What she didn't understand the most was why the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor didn't directly punish Long Chen. However, she couldn't ask for an answer, because the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor had already left. The only thing she knew was that from now on, she could no longer provoke Long Chen, or else no one could save her. This battle caused Long Chen's reputation to rise once again. After all, no one knew the details of the beehive, but this battle caused trillions of people to kneel. One could imagine the grandeur at that time. It caused Long Chen to crush the 9 Heavens Holy Mother. The once high and mighty 9 Heavens Holy Mother had countless halos around her, and now she was even more famous. But she was the one who had been defeated by Long Chen. Of course, the help of Lingxi and the others in the battle had been ignored, especially Li Xuanji. It was not easy to determine whether she was a part of Long Chen's strength or not. She was both an independent person and a part of Long Chen. There was another matter that shook the myriad worlds, and that was the fall of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign. According to the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, he seemed to have fallen in the heavenly mystic realm. However, there was no further news of him, and the number of people who went to the cosmic hive to train suddenly decreased by a lot. While the entire myriad worlds were discussing Long Chen was no longer paying attention to these matters. He was heading towards his next destination, the Time Tunnel. The Time Tunnel was located in a remote location within the infinite worlds. The gate of the universe had never been to this place before, so it could only bring Long Chen and the others to the vicinity and then search for it. It would probably take some time. The Time Tunnel was located in the eastern star region of the myriad worlds. Furthermore, it was in the extreme east of the Eastern Star region, which was even more remote than the life and death realms. The gate of the universe could only accurately reach places that one had already been to. Places that one hadn't been to could only be moved slowly. Hence, after a month, Long Chen indeed appeared in the Eastern Star region. However, it seemed like he was still quite a distance away from the Time Tunnel. If we had left the Dragon Sacrificial Continent back then and directly headed east, I wonder what would have happened. The fate of life could indeed only be described as incomparably wonderful. He looked at the vast Eastern Star region in front of him. In fact, most of the Eastern Star region is the territory of the demon race. Among the infinite worlds, the human race is mainly in the other 3 regions. However, there is not much conflict between the human race and the demon race, so they coexist peacefully. Of course, small frictions are constant. Divine Emperor Yu Hua had once explained this to Long Chen. In the Eastern Star region, one could see more of the demon race. There was an endless number of them, especially the worlds above the primordial chaos realm, which were basically controlled by the demon race. Long Chen, a human, naturally attracted a little attention when he came to the demon race's world. Fortunately, he only needed to go to the time tunnel. Generally speaking, he did not need to go deep into the eastern star region. Lingxi held the gate of the universe and moved forward in this vast sea of stars. The gate of the universe moved again and again, and each time it moved forward a large area. Long Chen then estimated the distance to the time tunnel. It was a little troublesome the first time, but it would definitely be better in the future. When Heavenly Tao Paragon was in the cosmic hive, his shout was real. What could have killed him so quickly and made him not make a sound at all? Thinking about it carefully, this was something that made one's hair stand on end. Perhaps it was that sky-swallowing clan. Long Chen had a rough idea in his heart. The sky-swallowing clan was hidden in the depths of the infinite worlds. The biggest existences should be in the deepest parts of the infinite worlds. However, there were actually many sky-swallowing clan members. Perhaps the one that Heavenly Tao Paragon encountered was one of them. Or perhaps, it could be the same as the Era Demon, a primeval troll trapped in the so-called demonic dragon's ancient tomb. It's possible that the demonic dragon's ancient tomb is in the cosmic hive. This was another guess of Long Chen. As for the truth, he could only go in and take a look. Lingxi kept moving forward. She was getting closer and closer to the position that the immortal divine phoenix had once reached. Long Chen looked at the star map. Although this was a remote location, there was actually a world called the Kunlun Demon Realm around it. It was a primordial chaos realm world. The eastern star region was divided into a total of 9 regions. This was the easternmost of the 9 regions, and it was also the most remote one. Lingxi's path forward happened to pass by the Kunlun Demon Realm. When she came out of the God Nation, she was now outside the Kunlun Demon Realm. Looking from afar, it was a mountain range floating in the starry sky. It was huge, magnificent, and majestic, like the spine of a giant beast, crawling ferociously in the infinite worlds. It was shrouded in a dark yellow spirit fog, and the entire world looked like a yellow dragon. From afar, it looked like a mountain range. Inside this world, the mountain range was as huge as a continent. If the demons living in the Kunlun Demon Realm did not have the vision to cross the starry sky, it was very difficult to see the true appearance of the Kunlun Demon Realm. We have been traveling for a while. Let's rest around here. Long Chen sensed Lingxi. The moment he stabilized, he and Li Xuanji noticed the Kunlun Demon Realm through a mysterious perception. Perhaps there was something calling out to them from there. What a coincidence. Long Chen led Lingxi towards the Kunlun Demon Realm. Long Chen and Li Xuanji could feel this calling at the same time. It must be something related to the underworld shadow dream dragon. The closer they got, the stronger that feeling became. It seems to be the origin dragon's soul, Li Xuanji said softly. However, it is not the ancestor dragons. It is the underworld shadow dream dragon's syndicate dragons. Let's go down and take a look. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. His mission in the infinite worlds was to collect these things. Now that he sensed it while passing by, he naturally could not miss it. He got closer. After crossing the many peaks of the Kunlun Demon Realm, Xiao Chen saw that the huge demons in that world were about the size of ants. Indeed, from the perspective of a deity, the world was different. Long Chen searched for a while. Finally, he traversed a great distance and found the core. That was the tallest mountain in the entire Kunlun Fiend world. Of course, to them, this was the tallest continent. Actually, every huge fiend was no different from a speck of sand on a mountain. As Long Chen stood in the starry sky, he saw a bottomless pit at the top of the tallest mountain. The calling came from this pit. As long as he entered, everything would be clear. However, just as Long Chen was about to enter, he met with a small obstruction. Rumble! Beside the bottomless pit, there was a huge brown stone. It was like a small continent. At first, Long Chen did not notice it. He did not expect it to be a demon. As Long Chen approached, there was a huge commotion on this small continent. The mountains, rivers, and trees on it collapsed, revealing a hard body. It was hard to see what it was up close. Only from the distant starry sky could one see that this small continent was actually a tortoise shell. A huge beast. Because he had been sleeping here for too long, there were yellow soil and rivers on the ground. When he moved, There were many small demonic beasts that were fleeing in terror. Rumble. Before Long Chen's eyes, snake-like heads gradually appeared under the tortoise shell. This was a thick, barbaric snake with rock-hard skin. It was ferocious and violent, with a strong murderous aura. A total of 9 snake-like heads appeared from the tortoise shell. This is the world lord of the Kunlun demon realm, a demon called the Divine Martial Beast. It's an ultimate Divine Emperor, and is ranked at the top of the Divine Emperor list. Divine Emperor Yu Hua happened to know this guy. Although the other party caused a huge commotion, it was still a Divine Emperor. Long Chen basically did not care about this kind of existence. Chapter 3048. So scary. By the time the God Martial Beast could move again, Long Chen had already gone deep into the cave. Just now, not only did Long Chen confine it, but he had also sealed off a large area around it. In this space, not even a grain of sand could move. To be able to immobilize an existence on the Divine Emperor list like him in an instant, he was either in the top 10 of the Divine Emperor list or a supreme deity. To be honest, the number of top 10 experts on the Divine Emperor list was even fewer than the number of supreme gods. Therefore, the God Martial Beast knew that it was more likely to encounter a supreme god. However, I basically know all of the supreme deities in the myriad worlds. Could it be an existence hidden from the world? But no matter who it was, this was its world, the sacred land of its world. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to run amok in the territory of our demon clan, you have violated our demon clan. I will immediately report this to our ancestor, and ask him to make a decision for us. Even so, the God Martial Beast was afraid of Long Chen's power. After that, it hid in the starry sky and hurried to summon its ancestor. I have to say that the internal structure of the monster race is much more united than that of the human race. They are basically like an iron bucket, helping each other like a super kingdom. Their supreme existence is much stronger than the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. Even in the small worlds of the monster race, there will be someone who will help them. It was understandable. If the monster race didn't do this, the human race in the other 3 regions might invade some small worlds. Who is the ancestor he mentioned? Long Chen asked as he went deeper into the cave. It's this Eastern Star region, or the supreme expert of the monster race. He existed a long time before the epic. I heard that his history is even longer than the Wildland's ancient god, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, and heavenly god Luya. The experts of all worlds call him the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. His world, the Hunkin Ancestor, is the core of the Eastern Star region. It's a rare original incipient realm, just like the Hongjun Star Sea and Pango continent. Oh. Long Chen roughly understood. In fact, the forces of the 4 major regions in the myriad worlds were almost the same, so it was easy to remember. Basically, Ancient God Savage Wilderness, Heaven Tao Holy Emperor, Heavenly God Luya, and Chaos Demon Ancestor were the 4 rulers of the myriad worlds. Of course, there were indeed people who classified them as the 4 rulers. They were the rulers of the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, the Southern Domain, and the Northern Domain. These were probably the 4 existences that could make Long Chen feel threatened. However, even the Chaos Demon Ancestor couldn't care less about Long Chen taking what he wanted. He didn't expect the cave to be so deep. The deeper they went, the more intense the feeling became. Clearly, in the depths of this place, there was a legacy item left behind by the mystical dragon. It was probably related to the sleeping shadow dragon. It is probably because this place is treated as the holy land of the Kunlun demonic world. That is why it has been preserved until now. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by others long ago. Normally, if it ended up in someone else's deity nation, that would be the hardest to obtain. Finally, Long Chen entered a cold pond. To him, the water of the cold pond wasn't a problem. However, if he hadn't reached the deity emperor realm, he might be frozen in the cold pond. Even his divine body would be crippled. If he sank, he would probably die. After all, this was the core of the Kunlun demonic world. The Kunlun demonic race called it the Holy Land Cold Pond. There were many stories about the Holy Land Cold Pond. One of them was the story of the Sky Nether Beast. It was said that the Sky Nether Beast was the only demon race that could compare to the Divine Martial Beast. However, it was extinct and defeated by the Divine Martial Beast. After it died, it condensed at the bottom of the Holy Land Cold Pond.
The divine martial beast had been suppressing there to prevent the sky nether beast from coming out again.
I see it. Long Chen had already reached the bottom of the Holy Land's icy pond. To be honest, even he found this place a little hard to endure. It was simply too cold. The water in the pond was a divine item called the Sacred Heart Chill Water, which was equivalent to a very high-level divine flame. At the deepest part of the bottom, there was a huge, black, translucent crystal. Within the crystal, there were a total of 8 mystical dragons. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, but they were frozen in this place. Origin Dragon Souls. He didn't expect to be so lucky. There were actually 8 kinds of Origin Dragon Souls, and they were all syndicate dragons of the Umber Dream Charm Dragon. It seemed that they had all died in battle here. Among them, 3 drops of Inheritance Essence Blood were summoned back to the Origin Dragon Palace. There were also 5 drops of Inheritance Essence Blood and Origin Dragon Souls missing. Fortunately, they were all in this place. In the center of the black crystal, there were 5 drops of Inheritance Essence Blood. They were all intact, as if they were summoning Long Chen. In this way, I can create all the syndicate dragons of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and the Umber Dream Charm Dragon. However, the big shots here have to be very outstanding in terms of loyalty, talent, and temperament. I need to select them carefully. After all, this is a big deal. In the future, every supreme mystical dragon that matured would surpass the level of an ordinary supreme deity and the 4 rulers. For example, if Di Jun was given time to continue growing, he would definitely become the #1 deity in the myriad realms in the future. After all, they had already cultivated to the extreme. As Long Chen spoke, he dripped a drop of Inheritance Essence Blood. Just like the time in the Death Rain, the unbreakable crystal began to melt, revealing the Origin Dragon Souls and Inheritance Essence Blood. The Inheritance Essence Blood was successfully stored in the Origin Dragon Palace. The 8 Origin Dragon Souls were also successfully sealed in the Origin Dragon Palace by Long Chen. Done. He was naturally in a good mood after this unexpected harvest. When Long Chen came out of the cave, the God Martial Beast was already hiding in the starry sky. However, Long Chen still found him easily. Who are you? The God Martial Beast's 8 heads spoke at the same time. The God Martial Beast knew very well what was inside the so-called sacred ground. He knew that it was something even a hierarch would have trouble dealing with. Long Chen glanced at him and was too lazy to talk to him. He immediately told Lingxi to summon the Gate of the Universe and continued heading in the direction of the temporal tunnel. Gate of the Universe, he is Hierarch Tai Hao. The God Martial Beast was shocked. He immediately sent the news to the Patriarch, but the Patriarch did not respond at all. This made the God Martial Beast very depressed. Patriarch, what are they doing? Why haven't they responded to me for such an important matter? They weren't like this in the past. The God Martial Beast narrowed his eyes and pondered as he looked in the direction Long Chen left. Besides, he had also heard of Hierarch Tai Hao's appearance, but it didn't seem like he was like Long Chen. Let's go ask what happened in the myriad realms recently. After putting away the things he obtained in the Kunlun Demon Realm, Long Chen moved forward at full speed. He explored and soon approached the temporal tunnel. In front of him was a desolate starry sky. Not even broken stars existed. It was a void. However, he could feel that the flow of time in the vicinity was a bit chaotic. It was not as unified as before. Moreover, there seemed to be a time vortex in the depths of the night. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying this vortex was. At this point, he could no longer use the Gate of the Universe. If it appeared directly at the core of the temporal tunnel, it would be dangerous for Lingxi. The further he went, the larger and more violent the time vortex became. It was a place that very few people in the myriad realms could reach. Even an hierarch would have to spend nearly 10 years to get there. From his current position, Long Chen estimated that the area of the temporal tunnel was already bigger than 3 Hongjun starry seas. It was much bigger than the life and death realms. At the center of the vortex, time was especially chaotic. Generally, it was difficult to go deep into the temporal tunnel without any attainments in time law. Therefore, even the immortal godly phoenix did not dare to go deep. There seems to be someone. Long Chen sensed that there was someone who was even closer to the time tunnel than him. This made him curious. What kind of person would stray so far away and come to this desolate place with no benefits? There was indeed no benefit for others. This person doesn't seem weak. The closer he got to that direction, Long Chen had to be cautious. It was empty and boundless, and it was easy for the other party to discover his position. However, he had started to learn about the transformation principle and had some experience. At least, his concealment skills were very strong. Long Chen pondered for a while and turned himself into a shattered star in the starry sky. He drifted in that direction so that he would not attract too much attention. Although there were very few stars there, it was not surprising to see a few occasionally. As he got closer, Long Chen was shocked. It turned out that there was more than one person. Close to the temporal tunnel, in the outline of the vortex, one by one, experts appeared in Long Chen's perception. They were scattered and did not separate from each other. Moreover, each of them was an ultimate god and a member of the demon clan. Are all the ultimate gods in the entire Eastern Star territory gathered here? Long Chen was speechless. It was too strange. Generally speaking, ultimate gods rarely left the world they were in, especially territorial lords. There were nearly 10 ultimate gods here. What were they trying to do? 10 ultimate gods were impossible to deal with. Long Chen stayed where he was and wanted to get some information from their communication so that he would know what was going on. After a careful count, he could see 9 ultimate gods and some who might have gone deep into the temporal tunnel. Boss, these fellows can't be here to snatch my body, right? Little Cat asked with widened eyes. Chapter 3049. Long Chen turned into a broken star in the endless starry sky. In front of him, the time tunnel was invisible, but the starry sky was dark, so it was like an infinitely large cave or an infinitely large mouth that was attracting people to enter. Around him, time sometimes sped up and sometimes slowed down. Long Chen was proficient in time law, so he could change the speed of the broken star with the flow of time. He only knew a little about the laws of variation, so he didn't want to expose his identity before he figured out the situation. He did not take risks. The demon clan is still quite repulsive to the human clan, as you can see from the divine martial beast's attitude. Divine Emperor Yu Hua used to be in Qianjihe, so he knew more about the myriad realms. Thanks to her, Long Chen was saved a lot of trouble. What are they doing? Who are these people? That was the question in Long Chen's mind. He even felt that Kitten was right. Those people were probably here for Kitten's body. After all, there should be nothing else in the time tunnel. If there was, the dragon's servants would have told him. Long Chen observed the 9 ultimate gods who were wandering outside the time tunnel. Their positions were relatively scattered and they did not speak. Their eyes were staring into the depths of the time tunnel as if they were waiting for something. Basically, there was no communication between them. However, those supreme deities were definitely the supreme masters of the entire myriad realms. It was a grand event that had not happened in a long time for so many ultimate gods to gather together. Involving the time tunnel meant that it had a lot to do with Long Chen. He had promised Kitten that he would find his body and restore him to his peak state. After waiting and observing for a long time, 2 of them finally gathered together. One of them was a thin old man with a protruding mouth and white hair wearing a gray robe. However, there was a familiar aura of law on him that Long Chen felt. He did not understand it for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the feeling of time law variation that he had just obtained? In the myriad realms, there are people who know time law variation? Long Chen was a little surprised. After all, he had just obtained the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's legacy essence blood, so he felt like it was everywhere. It's too much of a coincidence. Now that I think about it, this is an ultimate god from the demon clan. They called themselves demon lords. His true form was a demon beast called the Myriad Transformations Beast. They were extremely rare in the entire myriad worlds, probably only 2 or 3 of them. This was a kind of demonic beast that had a high possibility of growing into a supreme deity. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the demon clan. The most outstanding thing about the Myriad Transformation Beast is that it can transform into anything. It's practically the most incredible demon beast in the entire demon race. This kind of bloodline simply surpassed some of the ultimate divine dragons. It was almost on par with the supreme divine dragons. Nowadays, it was indeed a heaven-defying bloodline. After all, the demon clan relied more on their innate bloodline. As long as a myriad transformation beast was born, it would at least be a god emperor. Of course, Long Chen's own daughter was the most powerful. She was destined to surpass the ultimate god realm the moment she was born. No wonder. Perhaps he's the only one in the infinite worlds who can change the laws apart from me. Coincidentally, He definitely had a deep understanding of this aspect. If there's a chance, I'll ask him for advice and learn his laws. I'll definitely benefit immensely. Especially for me, who has just come into contact with the laws. She said, I know who's here. It's him. No wonder in the entire Eastern Star region, apart from the Chaos demonic forefather, there's only one person who can gather so many ultimate gods here. Who is he? Long Chen didn't bother to know about the Eastern Star region. He never thought he would come across the Eastern Star region's ultimate gods in the time tunnel. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said, actually, he's the overlord of the Eastern Star region. This one is the same as the Wildlands sect master, who was trained by the Wildlands ancient god. This one is trained by the Chaos demonic forefather. He's usually called the Son of Chaos. However, the Son of Chaos is a little different from the Wildlands sect master. The Wildlands sect master is low-key, but the Son of Chaos is extremely high-profile. If the entire demon race is a big family, then the Son of Chaos is the young master. The other ultimate gods treat him like a young master. Therefore, he's very noble. Outside the Eastern Star region, there won't be such a situation. The ultimate gods are equal. That was why a total of 9 ultimate gods were brought to the time tunnel. However, why would the Chaos Saint be interested in the time tunnel? Just as Long Chen was about to continue asking, it was a coincidence that the Chaos Saint appeared from the depths of the time tunnel. The 9 ultimate gods surrounded the Chaos Saint upon seeing him. Their expressions were very respectful. They were all ultimate gods, but they acted as if the Chaos Saint was superior. For example, on Pango continent, there would be no such situation. The Wildlands sect master and the Wildlands sect master were equal. Son of Chaos. The 9 supreme gods appeared in front of the new ultimate god. There were 10 ultimate gods in total. Most of the super experts of the Eastern Star region were gathered here. In the depths of the time tunnel, the black ripples were still rippling. Long Chen stood a little further away and observed the Son of Chaos. He had an extraordinarily powerful aura. If Di Jun's aura was the moon, then this one was the fiery sun. Fierce and strong. Among all the ultimate gods Long Chen had seen, he was the most awe-inspiring. He was even more awe-inspiring than the Wildlands ancient god, who was profound and mysterious. The Son of Chaos, on the other hand, was the supreme god of the world. No matter where he was, he would burn like the sun. In particular, he had the unique fierceness of the demon race. When several kinds of domineering auras gathered together, he could frighten trillions of living beings with just a glance. What stood out the most was that there was a great king pattern on his forehead. This was a pattern that only ferocious tigers had. Long Chen originally thought that his original form was related to tigers, but he soon discovered that he was wrong. Behind him, there was a pair of huge wings that covered the sky and covered the sun. In fact, the wings were not big, but the pair of wings did have the ability to cover the sky. For example, when spread out, they could completely surround a world of primordial origin. But that was not all. On his body, scales could be vaguely seen. They were not dragon scales, but more like fish scales, strange, twisted fish scales. Beast, bird, fish. 3 kinds of bloodlines actually appeared on the same person. The demon race can be divided into 3 major types: birds, beasts, and sea beasts. For example, the Phoenix clan is one of the birds. At a glance, it was obvious that the Son of Chaos actually surpassed other ultimate gods in terms of bloodline. He was born to be powerful, and his future achievements were even more limitless. The demon race is particular about bloodlines, and the most powerful demon bloodline in the entire universe is now in front of you. Yes, there are only 2 in the entire universe. One is the Chaos demon ancestor, and the other is this Son of Chaos. His true form has combined 3 of the most powerful bloodlines and has undergone extraordinary changes. Legend has it that he has a total of 3 bodies. I forget what bloodline it is, but it's probably a tiger, a bird, and a fish. What is his true form? Long Chen asked. Actually, it's easy to guess. The Kuan ancestors' realm is named after their true forms. His true form is the Kuan ancestor beast. I see. Long Chen nodded. But why did this Kuan ancestor beast appear here? Divine Emperor Yu Hua said again, I forgot to tell you. He seems to have 3 bodies and is proficient in 3 types of laws. It is said that the tigers is proficient in the space law, like Di Jun and Lingxi. The bird seems to be proficient in the devouring law. As for the fishes, you will be even more surprised because it is proficient in the time law. Therefore, the Kuan ancestor beast has the most powerful bloodline that combines space, devouring, and time. As long as it continues to grow, it should not be a problem to become the new chaos demon ancestor. It seemed that this Kuan ancestor beast was almost as powerful as the supreme divine dragon sacrifice. In this era, it was indeed not easy to have such a powerful demon bloodline. After rushing through the night, he finally wrote 3 chapters. He still had classes tomorrow, so he would probably have to update at night. Please forgive me. Boss, what should we do? Are we just going to watch them succeed like this? Kitten asked anxiously. There's no hurry. Let's watch for a while more. On the other side, the Chaos Saint Sun and the 9 ultimate gods looked at the time tunnel together and discussed various possible methods. However, they had actually tried all the methods. In the end, the Chaos Saint Sun was still a little annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't bother. Let's borrow that thing from the old monster. I can only deal with that thing of his." As soon as this was said, the ultimate gods were a little stunned. Saint Sun, didn't you have a bad relationship with the forefather? Didn't you say that you wouldn't contact him for 10,000 years? Beside the Chaos Saint Sun, a goddess as beautiful as the 9 heaven saintess said, "Monster women were especially enchanting." Forget it. I'll endure it. The Chaos Saint Sun didn't want to say more. It seemed that he was going all out. In fact, this was the decision that everyone wanted. They didn't want the Saint Sun and the forefather to be at odds. At this time the Chaos Saint Sun said directly, "Myriad transformations, King, I'll give you 2 a mission. Go back to the Kuan ancestral realm and borrow my father's thing for me. Just tell him that I want it." The Myriad transformations monster venerable and the king were dumbstruck. The king said, "Saint Sun, that's an original incipient grade expert. Can we guarantee his safety?" The Chaos Saint Sun laughed and said, "You 2 idiots, what is this place? Who is he? In this universe, there is someone who dares to rob his creator divine weapon? Isn't this a joke? Can anyone escape to a place outside the universe?" The other divine venerables also laughed. "Right, that thing is useless even for the heavenly path holy emperor, heavenly god Luya, and ancient god savage wilderness." The Myriad transformations monster venerable and the king also laughed. In fact, the Chaos Saint Sun was a little scared just now. "All right, let's go. We'll wait for your news." "Let's continue here," the Chaos Saint Sun said. Thus, the 2 of them didn't dare to slack off. They were full of energy and excitedly bid farewell to the others. They took out an eternal grade battleship, unfolded it, and flew directly toward the Kuan ancestral realm. "Big brother, what should we do?" Kitten asked. It seemed that they couldn't rush into the time tunnel while they were guarding it. Long Chen also had a headache. Everyone was also thinking of a solution. "They will always go in. If we can mix with them, get their approval, and become a part of them, that will be great," Lingxi said. "But they are so xenophobic and the Chaos Saint Sun is the core. This time tunnel is so important to him. If Big Brother appears, he might even rush to kill them. It's impossible to let everyone stay here or even go in with them. The only way is to suppress them, but there are a total of 8 ultimate gods, and some of their strength is unknown. I think there's basically no chance of success." Mo Xiaolang said. "I don't know. It's been 40 years and they still haven't been dealt with. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just wait a few more years. Big Brother is a monster. In a few years, he will dominate the universe and be invincible," Kitten said proudly. "Wait." Long Chen recalled what Lingxi said just now. He thought carefully and suddenly smiled. "It's not impossible to become one of their teams. I can give it a try." "What?" Everyone was curious about his idea. "Just wait and see," Long Chen said mysteriously. Li Xuanji didn't say anything, but she smiled knowingly. She knew what Long Chen was going to do because it actually had something to do with her. At this time, Long Chen had already gone in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. "Little Shi, catch up with Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others." Long Chen let Lingxi come out of the Divine Kingdom, and the 2 of them chased together. Do they want to learn the law of transformation from myriad transformations demon venerable and see if they can impersonate one of their ultimate gods? Lingxi was exceptionally smart and immediately thought of it. The possibility isn't high, but we can give it a try, Longchen said with a smile. With the gate of the universe it was much easier than a battleship. Although the universe was vast, most people would choose the closest route. Moreover, they hadn't left for long. Lingxi quickly found their position. Just get close. This position was too close to the time tunnel, so it wasn't easy to make a move. Every once in a while, they would move. After about half a day, Longchen saw that it was about time, so he let Lingxi return to the Divine Kingdom while he leisurely followed. Not long after, the people in the battleship discovered his existence. The battleship disappeared, and two people appeared in front of Longchen. They were Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and Emperor Holy Venerable. Emperor Holy Venerable's aura was similar to Di Jun's, but it surpassed Di Jun's. He had the ferocity of a male lion and the insidiousness of a poisonous vulture. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable had endless transformations, making it hard to figure out. Who are you? Emperor Holy Venerable appeared behind Longchen in the blink of an eye, and surrounded Longchen with Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Because Longchen was a human, they had to be careful. Although they felt that Longchen was a god emperor, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Longchen smiled and said, "You too should have heard of my name. I am Longchen." In fact, the two divine venerables didn't care at first, but when they heard the name Longchen, they were stunned. Because there were countless people named Longchen in the myriad worlds, they asked, "Is it the Longchen who just defeated Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens? He is still in Hongjun Star Sea." As soon as they said that, they thought of the gate of the universe. "Yes, it's me." Longchen was very calm. "It really is you. This is unbelievable." Myriad Transformations Monster Venerable looked at Longchen with curiosity in his eyes. However, the Emperor Saint Venerable scolded him. "I don't care who you are or how strong you are. Since you've come to our territory, you have to state your purpose. If you don't have anything else to say, then leave our territory. Yes, you were in Hongjun Star Sea before, and you came here so quickly. Why?" Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was also very curious. In fact, the reason why they were so anxious was because they were near the time tunnel. They must not let Longchen know about the time tunnel and spread the news. That would be trouble. "No matter what, you should leave first." The two divine venerables pressed forward, not giving Longchen a chance to explain. "I just happened to pass by here. Don't be nervous. I don't have any demon venerable among my friends, so I wanted to get to know you too. It's fine if you don't appreciate it," Longchen said indifferently. Chapter 3051. With that, Longchen prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable is busy. I'm not welcome here, am I?" Longchen smiled. "You still recognize me?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable squinted. "Demon Venerable is famous. Of course I recognize you." Longchen did not bat an eyelid. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in a good mood after being flattered. He said, "I know you have the gate of the universe that allows you to travel anywhere in the infinite realms. It should only take a dozen days to get to ancestral Kuan realm from here, right?" Longchen replied, "That's right." "Then, don't the two of you want me to leave quickly?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was a little embarrassed. He secretly communicated with the Emperor King. "If we can get his help to get us to ancestral Kuan realm, it will only take us a month to return. It will greatly shorten the time and be of great help to the Son of Chaos." "That's right. It will take us at least 10 years. If it can be shortened to a month, the Son of Chaos will be able to reach the depths of that place 10 years earlier." The two of them were excited at this thought. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign coughed twice and said to Longchen, "I'm sorry, we were rude just now. It's just that our demon race hasn't been peaceful recently, so we were a little sensitive. Please forgive us." His attitude had taken a 360-degree turn. Longchen had expected this. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I was just passing by anyway. I can just leave. There's no rush." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was full of smiles. To be honest, we still need you to help us with a small matter. We are in a hurry to retrieve something for our Chaos Saint son. Time is of the essence. If you can help us with the gate of the universe, we will definitely reward you handsomely. When we meet the Saint's son, I will also tell him that you have helped us greatly. The Emperor King said, if we really need your help, I hope you will consider it. If you can help us, the demon race will definitely be very good friends with you. The two of them had sincere expressions. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, he mentioned the name of the Chaos Son in order to befriend Long Chen. They were all waiting for Long Chen's answer. According to the legends, Long Chen was an arrogant person who would not lower his head for anything. Therefore they were slightly worried that Long Chen would not agree or that he would negotiate with them. If it was them, they might take action. Snatching the gate of the universe was also a good choice. Unexpectedly, Long Chen replied without the slightest hesitation. No problem at all. To me, this is just a small matter, but it will save the two of you a lot of trouble. Why not? Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others could not believe their ears. It was settled too quickly. Thank you so much. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable beamed with joy. Long Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, it's really not a big deal. However, I also have a small request. I hope the two of you can help me a little. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable became cautious. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, it's actually very simple. I've heard of the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's transformation law. It's ever-changing and mysterious. I've long been interested in it. Today, I happen to meet Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable here, so I want to seize this opportunity to experience how powerful a Demon Venerable is. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was a little stunned after hearing that. He originally thought it was something dangerous, but he did not expect it to be like this. You're able to defeat the ninth heaven Holy Mother, which is the ability of an ultimate god. In fact, you don't have to ask me for help. You can attack me at any time as long as you want. However, since that's the case, I'll agree to your request. It's just a small matter. Soon, Long Chen completed the first step of the plan. He had successfully achieved his goal. Then I'll look forward to the Demon Venerable's performance. Long Chen made a gesture of invitation. Wait a moment. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable felt heroic. His agreement with Long Chen was that regardless of whether they won or lost, Long Chen would send them to the ancestral realm of Hun Kuan. Then, his task would be completed. Moreover, Long Chen was only curious about his transformation law and wanted to learn from him. No matter what, he would not lose too much. In exchange, he would gain a lot. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable found Long Chen even more adorable when he thought about being praised by the Chaotic Saint. He could not wait to complete the task, so he urged the Emperor Holy Venerable a little. Don't worry, I'm fine. The Emperor Holy Venerable looked at Long Chen, but Long Chen was still very sincere. As such, he did not say anything more and directly pushed him to the side, leaving the battlefield for Long Chen and Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. This is a valuable experience. You have to keep an eye on it. Long Chen smiled inwardly. He said this to Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji responded with a soft hum. Even to Long Chen, her voice was extremely flirtatious. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable did not underestimate Long Chen's power, nor did he overestimate it. He was very confident. Watch carefully. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable grinned, and a small black ball appeared in his hand. This is his only creator divine weapon. I heard that it's at the semi-primeval incipient level. It's called the Ball of Myriad Transformations. It's said that the Chaotic Saint Venerable gave it to him. Now you can understand how loyal he is to the Chaotic Saint Venerable. Divine Emperor Yu Hua interrupted. Make your move. I'll let you see my most magical law, said Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Without saying a word, Long Chen already had the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand. The Ghost Blood Curse fit his temperament better, so it was more efficient to use. To Long Chen's surprise, the next scene made him exclaim in surprise. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's body changed like a tide. In the end, he became an existence that looked exactly like Long Chen. Even the ball of Myriad Transformations in his hand was changing. In the end, it turned into the Ghost Blood Curse. There were two identical Long Chens holding the same Ghost Blood Curse. To an emperor's sacred beast, this was a very normal scene. However, to Long Chen, it was too shocking. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable's law wasn't just a simulation of his appearance, but also a complete transformation inside. Even the ghost blood curse that the ball of myriad transformations had transformed into was filled with blood energy and had the symbol of death. See that? Long Chen communicated with Li Xuanji. I need more. Of course, Long Chen couldn't wait to test his power. He was facing an existence that looked exactly like him. Moreover, it wasn't an illusion, but a real existence. The ghost blood curse appeared before him. Sword of Time. This was the first sword that Long Chen tried. The Sword of Time was fast and fierce. A tearing force of time instantly rushed towards the Long Chen opposite him. I see it. Li Xuanji exclaimed softly. She saw the changes in the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's eyes. When the Sword of Time transformed, an identical scene appeared in his eyes. It was as though everything was being replicated. He isn't proficient in the laws of transformation. Instead, he's imitating your laws. This should be the foundation of the Tao of transformation, said Li Xuanji quickly. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already fighting with the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The first Sword of Time slashed out. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable held the ghost blood curse in his hand and used the exact same movements as Long Chen. What was rare was that it was also a Sword of Time. Moreover, it was no different from the one Long Chen used. The two swords of time clashed in the starry sky and shattered. That's right. It's a simulation. Long Chen was sure that the other party had simulated it when he attacked. This was a law of transformation. It was more accurate to call it a simulation law. Before Long Chen used the life and death calamity, the other party wouldn't be able to use the life and death calamity. He didn't really have everyone's laws. Indeed, fighting with him is a huge gain. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He focused on the battle and enjoyed the baptism of laws. Under such circumstances, his improvement in the law of transformation was naturally huge. Death calamity. With another strike, the death calamity behind him surged into the sky. The death calamity's core erupted with infinite lethality. When the myriad transformations Demon Venerable saw this, he quickly simulated the same move. Long Chen could see every detail very clearly. His comprehension also deepened. His goal was to learn the laws of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. His simulation was actually the foundation of transformation. The exact same Long Chen was fighting, and the laws he used were almost the same. But in essence it was different. Long Chen could clearly feel that the other party didn't have the death calamity's core. Everything he used was transformed from his own strength. His own strength was a kind of restriction. If Long Chen was stronger than him in this aspect, he would be able to suppress him. Life and death calamity. With another strike, Long Chen unleashed his full speed. The power of the life tribulation and slaughter tribulation was guaranteed. The huge dark green vortex condensed on the sword and stabbed towards the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable was gradually unable to withstand it. But what was shocking was that although he was constantly being pushed back, he was still able to simulate the life tribulation and slaughter tribulation almost exactly the same. Rip. But in the end, under Long Chen's powerful attack, his life and death calamity was devoured by Long Chen. The dark green vortex shrunk and was repelled by Long Chen's sword. In the end, Long Chen stopped in time. Chi, it's not over yet. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable was suppressed so quickly and lost face. This was Long Chen's goal. Because in this case, he would be able to display everything that he was good at. Buzz buzz. In front of Long Chen, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable rapidly changed. He no longer looked like Long Chen. Instead, he transformed into a gray tiger that covered the sky and covered the sun in front of Long Chen. There was a king character above the tiger's head. Half of the gray body had fused with the space, as though it didn't exist at all. This was definitely a demonic beast bloodline at the pinnacle. Looking at the gray tiger that had fused with the space, there was a trace of shock in his mind. It wasn't because the other party's laws were exquisite, but because of what the other party had transformed into. This gray tiger was just simulated by the myriad transformations Demon Venerable, and yet it had such power. It was like the king of millions and millions of demonic beasts. Especially when it fused with space and controlled everything in the world. It was a terrifying overlord. If I'm not wrong, This is one of the 3 forms of the ancestral chaos Kuan beast. Long Chen knew what was going on. He quickly turned his attention to the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's laws. This was his original goal. Roar! The gray tiger let out a furious roar. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw countless tiger heads appearing all around him. They let out roars at the same time. It was a terrifying disaster. The transformation is really marvelous. The ancestral chaos Kuan beast was the strongest in the Eastern Star region. Transforming into them was also the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's ultimate move. Although it was a spar, he didn't want to lose to Long Chen. It's time to get serious. The other party's space laws were indeed shocking, but it was a little different from Lingxi's. Amidst the gray tiger's roar, the space within 1,000,000 meters was once again under immense pressure. It didn't shatter, but it was being compressed. It was like layers of steel walls surrounding Long Chen. Break! Long Chen also got serious. He had to completely understand the other party's laws before the battle ended. Of course, Li Xuanji was also watching. His plan would only succeed if he succeeded. Fight! Chapter 3052. The Emperor's Sacred Beast was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. His battle with the myriad transformations Demon Venerable, who has transformed into the ancestral chaos Kuan beast, is still ongoing. In the eyes of the Emperor's Sacred Beast, the entire starry sky was occupied by these 2 guys. Both of them were constantly flashing in the starry sky. The destructive power of the battle between divine venerables was indeed earth-shattering. The myriad transformations guy is already at his limit, but he still can't do anything to Long Chen. The Emperor Sacred Venerable understood that although it seemed that the myriad transformations Demon Venerable had the upper hand, it seemed that Long Chen was deliberately stalling for time. He prolonged the battle to observe the changes and simulations of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. At that moment, a giant gray rock was shuttling between heaven and earth. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky and the sun. It had devouring laws, and everything around it disappeared in the vortex it created. Long Chen struggled bitterly in front of this rock. Heart of the Great Void. The laws of time caused everything in the surroundings to stand still. Only the rock's time sped up, causing its devouring whirlpool to rapidly collapse. After fighting for nearly an hour, Long Chen already had a good understanding of his opponent's combat style. At that moment, the other party seemed to want to change again while time was still. It wanted to transform into the last state of the ancestral chaos Kuan beast. Long Chen, I understand. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's voice sounded a little surprised. All along, Long Chen had been observing from the side while Li Xuanji was basically observing everything. She now had the same talent as the ancestral dragon warrior and could even be separated from Long Chen's body. When her voice trailed off, Long Chen instantly felt that he had naturally comprehended a new rule of variation. In fact, it was Li Xuanji who had comprehended it. However, Li Xuanji and Long Chen were one and the same, so Long Chen had directly comprehended it before he could overcome the difficult problems. This rule is called Myriad Transformations Dream Shadows. It's the foundation of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon's rule, but it's exactly the same as the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's rule. Xianji's rule is based on the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's performance and the execution of the rule. Step by step, she'll be able to understand and simulate the rule. As long as we understand what's going on, the inherited blood will allow us to quickly grasp the rule. This was the advantage that Long Chen had over others. In terms of rules, he had to spend very little effort. Swoosh! Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Long Chen rapidly charged forward in the heart of the Great Void. Before the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable could transform into a new form, he used the sky-burying coffin to seal it within. That's all for today. Thank you very much for sparring with me. I've learned a lot. Long Chen removed many of the rules, allowing the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable to regain his freedom. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in the midst of a heated battle. If it had been in the past, he would definitely not have agreed to it. However, the key now was for Long Chen to bring them to the ancestral Han Kuan realm so that it would be easier for them to complete their mission. Even if he was still a little wary of Long Chen and wanted to defeat him to prove himself, he still held back. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the entire 10,000 realms, there aren't many who can defeat you. You're so young, but you're already someone who stands at the top of countless lives. I'm really impressed." Long Chen was still comprehending the myriad transformations dream shadows in his heart. He said, "Your rule of transformation is ever-changing and mysterious. It's truly admirable. If there's a chance in the future, I might find you to spar with me again. I hope you won't reject me. I couldn't ask for more. But for now, you should send us to the ancestral Hun Kuan realm as soon as possible," the myriad transformations demon venerable said. "No problem," Long Chen said straightforwardly. He approached the two hierarchs. After a battle, they now trusted Long Chen a little and weren't as hostile as before. Moreover, Long Chen had already let Lingxi out. The myriad transformations demon venerable and the others knew that the gate of the universe was controlled by a woman beside Long Chen. "So this is my sister-in-law? Brother Long Chen is really lucky." The myriad transformations demon venerable glanced at Lingxi. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still attracted by Lingxi's temperament. "She will open the gate of the universe. The two of you can enter directly." After Long Chen finished speaking, he signaled to Lingxi. Lingxi nodded and smiled sweetly at the two before directly opening the gate of the universe. The bracelet grew bigger and turned into an illusory circular gate. It flickered with ripples and appeared in front of the four. "Send it over and you will reach the ancestral Hun Kuan realm. Please." Lingxi was the first to walk. Her graceful figure walked into the gate of the universe and was drowned in the brilliance of the gate of the universe. Lingxi entered first. The myriad transformations demon venerable and the emperor beast looked at each other and didn't suspect anything. At this moment, the emperor beast took a step forward and stepped into the gate of the universe. The myriad transformations demon venerable followed behind. "Thank you. I will definitely tell the saint about all the help you have given us today. From now on, you are a friend of the demon race," the myriad transformations demon venerable said and also stepped into the gate of the universe. There was a momentary gap between him and the emperor beast. A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He followed almost immediately after the myriad transformations demon venerable. For a moment, the world seemed to spin. In just an instant, Long Chen appeared above a sea of blood. This was the death realm. That's right. Lingxi had directly sent them to the death realm through the gate of the universe. It wasn't difficult for her and Long Chen to complete this step. In the death realm, Long Chen and the myriad transformations demon venerable appeared. The myriad transformations demon venerable had also just arrived. When he saw that his surroundings weren't a tunnel through space, but a sea of blood, he was slightly stunned. Behind him, there was only Long Chen. As for the emperor beast, he was naturally sent to another place. The moment the emperor beast stepped into the gate of the universe, Long Chen asked Lingxi to change the direction of the gate of the universe. This was actually a piece of cake for Lingxi. Long Chen. The myriad transformations demon sovereign suddenly turned his head. He had already realized that there was something fishy going on. Now that he thought about it, Long Chen had agreed so easily. Although it had been as easy as lifting a finger, a prideful person like him should have rejected the two of them when they had rejected him so much. How could he really help them? However, Long Chen had prepared for this moment for a long time. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda. He didn't use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda during the battle just now. When the Primordial Dragon Pagoda fused with Long Chen's body, his strength underwent an earth-shattering change, allowing him to surpass his own limits and reach an unprecedented level. Before the myriad transformations demon venerable could react, Long Chen, who had long been prepared, displayed the heart of the Great Void in front of him. This was the strongest level of the heart of the Great Void. The myriad transformations demon venerable's strongest ability was transformation. In fact, his true combat power was the weakest among all ultimate gods when he did not transform into other experts. He was even the weakest among all ultimate gods in the myriad universe. This was his weakness. If Long Chen attacked before he transformed, the chances of success would be extremely high. At this moment, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda descended and the heart of the Great Void stopped time and suppressed the myriad transformations demon venerable to the extreme. It would be very easy for Long Chen to kill him at this time. However, there was no real enmity between them, so Long Chen chose to suppress him. After integrating the power of the primordial dragon pagoda and summoning the sky-burying coffin, the myriad transformations demon venerable was suppressed in the sky-burying coffin. The primordial dragon pagoda emerged from Long Chen's body and entered the sky-burying coffin to suppress the myriad transformations demon venerable's head, causing him to fall into an eternal time stop. In fact, the myriad transformations demon venerable should really want to know what Long Chen was planning. But he had no choice. The power of the primordial dragon pagoda was too strong. Long Chen easily suppressed him when he was at his weakest. Although the primordial dragon pagoda consumes a lot of energy, it's only suppressing the myriad transformations demon venerable. It's not difficult, I can hold him off for a while. After settling it, Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. The sky-burying coffin that sealed the myriad transformations demon venerable gradually sank into the depths of the blood sea and was submerged by the seawater. The myriad transformations demon venerable seemed to have disappeared, but he still had a puzzled look in his eyes until Long Chen's entire body changed in front of him. In the end, he turned into a hunchbacked gray-haired old man. There was almost no difference in any part of him. It was the myriad transformations demon venerable. The same rules as him. The myriad transformations demon venerable seemed to have seen a miracle. He seemed to finally understand why Long Chen wanted to know about him sparring. When everything was settled, Long Chen immediately began the next step of his plan. Bang! The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly appeared in the starry sky. I'm here so quickly. The Emperor Holy Venerable looked around curiously. Logically, it should have taken about 10 days. This was the normal speed of the gate of the universe. It had only been less than 15 minutes. This is not near the ancestral Kuan realm. I've been fooled. The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly realized this. Clearly, Long Chen seemed to have thrown him out casually. Where's that old fellow myriad transformations? The Emperor Holy Venerable realized that this seemed to be a little troublesome. This kind of situation made him a little uncertain. After all, he had a very important mission on his shoulders. There can't be any mistakes in this mission. I'd better hurry and report to the saint. The Emperor Holy Beast thought to himself. But soon, he thought, could it be that Lingxi made a mistake and left me here? She might come back immediately. He and the myriad transformations demon venerable wanted to give the saint a surprise as soon as possible. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. He used his majestic will to sense the surroundings. This should be near the Kunlun demon world. The Emperor Holy Beast saw a mountain range in the distance. There was still a long way to go to the ancestral Kuan realm. After all, this place was too remote. At this moment, the Emperor Holy Beast felt another expert. It was an extremely familiar aura. That's right, it was his old friend, the myriad transformations demon venerable. In the distance, the myriad transformations demon venerable rushed over angrily. He and the Emperor Holy Beast stared at each other. The myriad transformations demon venerable said angrily, I understand. This Long Chen is purely playing with us. He's simply playing with us. He didn't even intend to send us to the ancestral Kuan realm. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. He's even playing with us. This is infuriating. The Emperor Holy Beast thought about it carefully. It was true. Long Chen had been playing with them from the start. Otherwise, why would he throw them here and run away by himself? The myriad transformations demon venerable said, now that Long Chen is here, and such a person at that, it might cause trouble for the saint's plan. Now that we've been played with, it seems like we really have to explain the situation here to the saint. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The Emperor Holy Venerable was somewhat hesitant. He knew that if he told the saint about this, he would definitely be mocked by others. At this moment, it seemed like the Kunlun demon world's demon race had sensed their presence. The divine martial beast transformed into an old man and hurriedly ran over. The moment he arrived, he knelt on the ground and said, Two divine venerables, you're finally here. You must uphold justice for me. There's a guy called Long Chen who entered my Kunlun demon world's sacred land and stole my things. The two exchanged glances. The Emperor Holy Venerable finally understood. They really had to tell the saint about Long Chen's existence. Chapter 3053. Long Chen did not have anything on him that could contact the Son of God. Hence, He had to rely on the Emperor's sacred beast to contact the Son of God. In fact, according to the two ultimate gods' personalities, it would be more suitable for the Myriad Transformations demon Venerable to contact them. That's right, the real Myriad Transformations demon Venerable had been suppressed by him in the depths of the Blood Sea, under the primordial dragon pagoda, where time had stopped. He could not move at all. With just a few words, the Supreme Emperor Beast was tricked into contacting the Chaos Sun first. Although the Emperor's sacred beast was a powerful supreme deity and was the master of the Emperor's sanctuary, he was actually easier to fool. Moreover, he would never have thought that there was another similar law of transformation in the myriad realms besides the Myriad Transformations demon Venerable. In the infinite worlds, it was easy to change into someone else's appearance. However, from the beginning to the end, and even to the very depths, even the rules and powers that were displayed were more or less the same. Only the Myriad Transformations demon Venerable could deceive the sacred Emperor Beast to such an extent. The Emperor's sacred beast would never have imagined that the Myriad Transformations demon Venerable in front of it was a fake. The Myriad Transformations demon sovereign had always pretended to be someone else, making it hard for others to tell him apart. He had never been impersonated before. Son of Chaos, something has happened. The Holy Emperor Beast began communicating with the Chaos Son of Chaos. Speak. The Supreme Emperor Beast began to describe the details of its encounter with Long Chen. Saint's son, he brought them into the gate of the universe and then threw us here. He's clearly toying with us. His goal is to test the laws of myriad transformations. This person has the gate of the universe and can instantly change his position, making it difficult to chase after him. If he's still nearby, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Long Chen pretended to be very cautious and said, moreover, he knows our intentions for this trip. With his current ability and the gate of the universe, I feel that even the patriarchs can't really do anything to him. It's because of this concern that we're telling you. Yes. Furthermore, he snatched away the divine martial beast's treasure in the Kunlun demonic world. It looks like he has been wandering around the area recently. He was originally fighting the Nine Heavens Divine Mother in the southern starry domain. Now that he suddenly appeared here, it feels somewhat strange. Long Chen and the Sacred Emperor Beast explained the situation in a few words. Alright, I got it. You guys can come back now. I'll have that old guy send you over. It should be safer. We haven't seen each other for so many years. It's about time we meet again, the Chaos Sun said. Long Chen was delighted. After he embellished the story and described himself as terrifying and an uncertain factor, as expected, the cautious Son of Chaos changed his mind. In the myriad worlds, no one else dared to snatch the possessions of the Chaos demonic ancestor, but it was possible for Long Chen to do so. This was because he had the gate of the universe, and he didn't have a world of his own. Without a foundation, he wandered around, and it was impossible to catch him. Because of this, Di Jun chased him for such a long time, but he was killed by Long Chen. Therefore, the Chaos Saint considered that Long Chen might really try to snatch it. Moreover, with such a person nearby, the time tunnel would be exposed sooner or later. To be safe, he let the Chaos demonic ancestor come on his own to avoid other troubles. Let's go back. The Sacred Emperor Beast did not react immediately. He was only making a report. But this was actually Long Chen's final plan. This was his original plan. First, he would learn the rules of transformation from the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord. If he succeeded, he would imprison the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord and transform into him. Then, he would spread the uncertainty of Long Chen to the Son of Chaos. Given the cautious rules of the Chaos Saint, there was a certain possibility that he would let them go back. In this way, Long Chen would successfully blend into their group. There was a high possibility that he could follow them into the time tunnel. Yes, we'll go back now. Then, he and the Sacred Emperor Beast looked at each other. Does the Sun not trust us? The Sacred Emperor Beast looked worried. Long Chen shook his head. Don't think too much. Of course it's not like that. The Son of Chaos is cautious. He's worried that an uncertain factor like Long Chen will affect his plan. Besides, I think he still wants to meet the Patriarch. He just needs an excuse. It's a great thing for the demon clan that the father and son can get along. Yes, you're right. The Sacred Emperor Beast nodded. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to deceive the Emperor Sacred Beast with just a bit of nonsense. I don't know much about the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord. I'd better talk as little as possible. he thought to himself. Then, the two quickly returned to the time tunnel. The sacred emperor beast was a man of few words. Long Chen could stay silent. The biggest problem now was to survive the Chaos Saint and the others. So, he had to understand more about the myriad transformations Demon Lord. At the end of the day, it's still because their team is too strong. I'm practically fighting against half of the Fei clan single-handedly. Long Chen was also surprised by his current level of strength. Boss, what's the relationship between that guy and me? You'll find out soon. This time, he had to get the thing that belonged to Kitten. This could be considered the only gift Long Chen could give to this brother of his. He had followed him for many years, but had always been in a state of being protected. Come to think of it, he should be quite lonely. About a few days later, they returned to the time tunnel. The Chaos Saint was closest to the time tunnel with his back facing them. The other ultimate gods looked at their return with no expression on their faces. Long Chen first had to suppress his nervousness in the midst of such a group of experts. The more normal the myriad transformations Demon Lord was, the better. He tried his best to ignore the gazes that fell on him. Saint, we're back. Long Chen and the sacred emperor beast half knelt in the starry sky and respectfully looked at the back of the Chaos Sun. At this moment, the Chaos Sun had fused with space and seemed to control the endless territory of space. The endless territory of space was filled with his eyes, and Long Chen felt like he was being scrutinized. He clearly felt that the Chaos Saint was not simple. The ultimate gods are also divided into Primordial Realm, Perfect Realm, and Ultimate Realm. For example, the four great rulers, Savage Ancient God, Heavenly God Luya, and others are all Perfect Realm Ultimate Gods. As for Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods, they probably don't exist in the myriad worlds anymore. That's a legendary realm. The ultimate gods you've met, whether it's the Savage Sect Master, Immortal Divine Phoenix, Divine Tai Hao, Nine Heaven Saint Mother, or the 10 in front of you, including the Chaos Saint, are actually Primordial Realm Ultimate Gods. Although they seem to be in the same realm, the gap between them is huge. For example, the shady Heavenly Territorial Lord is basically the weakest Primordial Realm Ultimate God. The strongest Primordial Realm Ultimate God should be like the Chaos Saint. It's said that he has a Primordial Incipient Divine Weapon and Primordial Incipient Divine Technique, and he has perfect control over them. In fact, even without Divine Emperor Yu Hua's explanation, Long Chen could feel it. For example, the Chaos Saint gave people the feeling that even 10 shady Heavenly Territorial Lords were not as good as him. Moreover, the Primordial Incipient Divine Weapon and Primordial Incipient Divine Technique were basically things that only the Savage Ancient God and the Primordial Incipient Divine Technique could have. It could be said that the Chaos Saint was infinitely close to the four great rulers. In the entire myriad worlds, the one in front of him was ranked in the top 10, or even the top 7, just below the four great rulers. The gap was huge. At least, Long Chen could feel that even with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, he might not be a match for the Chaos Saint. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful during this trip in the time tunnel. Otherwise, he could easily get into trouble, and it would be a big one, especially since there were several very strong ultimate gods around the Chaos Saint. They were much stronger than the 1,000 Transformations Demon Lord, who was basically at the bottom among them. At this time, the Chaos Saint's eyes fell on Long Chen and the Emperor Beast. Long Chen could not help but feel a little nervous. He was very curious about the relationship between the Chaos Saint and the kitten. It's good that you're back. I've already told my father that he's coming this way. With his speed, he'll be here in a few days, said the Chaos Saint faintly. The Emperor Beast lowered its head and did not speak, so did Long Chen. The two stood up and retreated to the side. The Chaos Saint clasped his hands behind his back, his loose black robe fluttering with the wind generated by the passage of time. His eyes directly penetrated the depths of the time tunnel. The kitten's body, he can be of use. Long Chen was very curious. Before the epoch, the kitten was in existence close to the progenitor realm and surpassed the ultimate god realm. However, this ultimate god was only at the primordial realm. How could he be related to the kitten? It was normal to say that the Chaos Demon Lord and the kitten were related. After all, the kitten's original title was the Reincarnation Demon Lord. After retreating to the side, the other ultimate gods closed their eyes and rested, waiting for time to pass. Everyone dispersed and basically did not speak. Taking this opportunity, Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced the other ultimate gods to Long Chen. After sneaking in, the more information one had, the less likely it was to be exposed. First this one. Do you see him? I see him. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was pointing at a skinny but ferocious divine venerable who was pitch black all over. Each of his eyes had 3 pupils, and each of them was like a black star, revolving and devouring. His murderous aura surpassed that of an emperor saint beast, giving off a feeling that no one could approach him. This is the Go Chen Demon Lord. His true form is the Go Chen 6-star beast, also known as the Go Chen Beast. Divine Emperor Yu Hua basically told Long Chen all the information he knew about the Go Chen Demon Lord. Long Chen remembered them all. Then, he began to introduce the second one. This one was the complete opposite of the Go Chen Demon Lord. He was a white-haired and kind-looking man with 2 goat horns on his head. He was an auspicious beast, but his aura was majestic and might not be inferior to the Go Chen Demon Lord. This is the Go Chen Demon Lord Baze. His true form is the Baze Demon Beast. He has a very good relationship with the Go Chen Demon Lord. Both of them have peak bloodlines and each occupy a domain in the Eastern Star Territory. Chapter 3054. However, Long Chen knew that the 4 he knew were at the bottom of the group. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them according to the order in which they were closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Generally speaking, the weaker ones would stand further away from the Chaos Saint Sun. For example, the Emperor's Sacred Beast was the furthest away from him. Do you see those 2? Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them one by one while he was free. Long Chen saw 2 ultimate gods who were closer to each other. They were at the same level as Go Chen Demon Venerable. In fact, they were similar to Divine Lord Tai Hao and Jiutian Shengmu. One of them was a man who looked like he was transformed from a star. Starlight shone from his body, and he seemed to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. The other was a woman who looked like she was made of water. Her blue eyes and long hair were mesmerizing. She was surrounded by water vapor. They are the Interstellar War God and Supreme Sea God. Their original forms are the Interstellar Dragon and the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast respectively. It is said that the Interstellar Dragon and Cosmic Sea Divine Beast are slightly stronger than the previous ones but not too far off. However, the remaining 3 are very powerful. They are basically beyond the level of ordinary ultimate gods and are very close to the Chaos Saint Sun. Indeed. Long Chen saw that the 3 of them were the closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Each of them gave Long Chen a feeling that they were stronger than the ultimate gods he had seen before. With his current state, he might not be able to defeat them even with the help of the primordial dragon pagoda. After all, Long Chen's true realm was the ultimate divine king realm. He was not even a divine emperor yet. The primordial dragon pagoda was already very useful for defeating the ultimate gods. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them to Long Chen one by one. The first one was a tall, strong and majestic man who looked like a black bear. He had scarlet eyes and a huge mouth full of fangs. His eyes were filled with a strong desire. He was the one with the strongest killing intent among the 9 ultimate gods. He kept glancing around with his mouth wide open and letting out a ha-hop sound as if he wanted to eat everything around him. In this short period of time, he had already taken many things from the God Kingdom and directly consumed them. Now, his mouth was full of blood. This is the Tao Tai Venerable Monster Lord. His original form is the Tao Tai Behemoth. He has an exceptionally terrifying bloodline. It seems like he's the only one left in the entire myriad realms. The Tao Tai Behemoth is brutal and gluttonous, but it's the most loyal weapon of the Son of Chaos. Just like the Son of Chaos dog, it'll definitely bite whoever it points at. Amazing! Long Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have guessed the true form of this Tao Tai beast. It was definitely an incomparably huge monster with a huge mouth that was created to tear its opponents apart. It would definitely have an extremely tough leather armor. At that time, even the ghost blood curse might not be able to cut through it. But soon, Divine Emperor Yu Hua moved on to the next one. This was a very ordinary woman with an extremely mediocre appearance. She lowered her head and stood in a corner near the Son of Chaos. She's the beast mother of all creation. She seems to be a queen bee and is the leader of the insect clan among the demon clan. She seems to be relatively low-key and there are few rumors about her. However, she's a character that even the Tao Tai Behemoth is afraid of. Although she doesn't speak much, her senses are very sharp. You have to be careful of her. Long Chen nodded. He indeed knew that this beast mother of all creation looked mediocre, but this kind of person was the most terrifying, especially when she had her eyes on you. Of the 9 ultimate gods, 8 had been introduced. The last one was next to the Son of Chaos. In fact, Long Chen had noticed her long ago. Before the Son of Chaos appeared, she was the leader of this team and also the third woman here. This was a very beautiful woman who could even topple the myriad realms. Her beauty was unparalleled and should be more famous than the 9 heaven saint mother in the myriad realms. Her light green hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was outstanding. She was enchanting yet solemn, like a tranquil goddess. She stood next to the Son of Chaos motionlessly and looked at him gently, forming an extremely beautiful picture. However, she was flawed. She was perfect from head to toe. Her biggest regret was that she only had one leg. Although the hem of her skirt was hidden, Long Chen could still see it at a glance. The lack of a leg made her feel a great regret, and it always made people sad. He felt that such a perfect thing, a masterpiece of the heavens, should not be missing a leg. This is the immortal phoenix of the Pangu continent. Although she is also a bird of the demon clan, she is not as good as her. She is the real empress of the birds. Divine Phoenix is perfect, but she is flawed. And it is this flaw that has created her glory. She is the divine bird, Shangyang. Generally, people called her the goddess of Shangyang. Long Chen could not help but take a few more glances at this goddess of Shangyang, who was stronger than the immortal phoenix. In terms of bloodline, the divine phoenix should be similar to her, but she had indeed gone further. She should be in the same realm as the Tao Tai and the beast mother of all creation, or even stronger. At this point, Long Chen had memorized all the divine venerables. Those he could defeat were the myriad transformation beast, the emperor sacred beast, the star domain dragon, the cosmic sea divine beast, the Go Chen 6-star beast, and the Baize demon beast. Those he could only contend with were the beast mother of all creation, the Tao Tai, and the goddess of Shangyang. The one who was the least confident, and who was definitely not as good as her for the time being, was the Son of Chaos. 10 terrifying opponents. This really made him nervous. Moreover, the Chaos demonic ancestor is still coming this way. He is the ancestral beast of chaos, and he is also good at the law of space. Who knows how fast he will arrive? His law of space is definitely stronger than Di Jun. This was actually what Long Chen was most worried about. So in fact, he did not have much time. When the Chaos demonic ancestor came, the chances of him getting Kitten's body were almost zero, so he had to find a chance to enter the tunnel of time before he arrived. If he forced his way through, he would definitely be attacked by these 9 divine venerables, and he might even lose his life. Kitten's body was of great importance, so he must not act recklessly. Encountering such a situation, even the carefree Kitten was worried. This was the first time his own matter was involved. He said awkwardly, "Boss, why don't we forget it? Competing with them now is like hitting a rock with an egg. It's better to wait for a while. Even if my body is taken away by them, they probably won't be of any use to me. When you are stronger than them, you can snatch it back. There is no need to take risks." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Since he can feel the existence of your body, he might be able to use it. This may be your last chance. Since you are here, you must not give up. Don't worry, we have the life and death realms and the gate of the universe. Even if we lose in the end, there will be no danger. This is what we can rely on." Although Kitten was worried, everyone's fighting spirit was actually very high. Especially now that they had mixed in with them, they had a certain advantage. Now, let's see if the Son of Chaos has any plans to let everyone go in again before the Chaos demonic ancestor arrives. Long Chen thought. As long as there was, he could go in and take a look. It was very likely that he had a way to enter the time tunnel. If we wait here, the longer we wait, the greater the possibility of being exposed. 1 day, 2 days, half a month had passed. During this period of time, the Son of Chaos did not move at all. He looked at the time tunnel, and only the gentle Shangyang fairy occasionally said something to him. The other ultimate gods did not dare to go too close and stayed where they were, waiting for instructions from the Son of Chaos. Apart from the Emperor's sacred beast, the ultimate gods basically did not communicate with Long Chen. Because of this, there was basically no possibility of being exposed. This day was a little more thrilling. The Shangyang fairy originally stayed quietly beside the Son of Chaos. At this time, she turned around and looked around at the ultimate gods. Suddenly, She saw Long Chen and appeared in front of Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen for a while and suddenly said in a soft and sweet voice, "Myriad transformations, demon venerable, you seem to be a little different." This sentence really shocked Long Chen. This woman's observation skills were so detailed. During this period of time, he did not say anything. For a moment, he was ready to fight. At most, he would rush to the time tunnel during the battle. Before Long Chen could react, the Shangyang fairy smiled sweetly. Her smile was very comfortable. This was a gentle woman that made people intoxicated. She said, "Is it because you questioned the Son of Chaos that day and everyone reprimanded you? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone has some strange ideas. As long as you know that the Son of Chaos will never do meaningless things, it will be fine. So, you don't have to worry too much. Just say a few more words and liven things up like you used to." Hearing this, Long Chen understood that the other party did not recognize him at all. She only thought that the myriad transformations demon venerable was frightened. He nodded and said, "Thank you, I understand. That's good. We are a big family. Everyone should open their hearts and share weal and woe." The Shangyang fairy smiled gently. Her shallow dimples made people feel deep warmth. After saying this, the Shangyang fairy went back. This interlude only slightly surprised Long Chen. Nothing happened. "Are you okay?" asked the Emperor Holy Venerable beside him. "I'm fine." Long Chen looked into the depths of the time tunnel and changed the topic. A few days later, the Son of Chaos suddenly turned around and scanned the crowd. He said, "I can't wait any longer. Everyone, before my father comes, this is the last time. Let's work together to explore this place and see if we can find the real entrance. I don't believe that with just the 10 of us, we can't even enter this place." Yes. The ultimate gods had no objections and basically agreed. Chapter 3055. Let's try one last time. The Chaos Saint gave everyone a little time to prepare. Long Chen was among the group of ultimate gods and was quite surprised. This was a rare opportunity. Maybe they could enter the time tunnel from here. After all, he was different from the Chaos Saint. The latter had searched here for a long time without any results, but that was not necessarily the case for Long Chen. In terms of time law, Long Chen definitely had a deeper understanding than the Chaos Saint. Not long after, all 9 ultimate gods lined up in front of the Chaos Saint. Their task was to open the way for the Chaos Saint so that he could preserve his strength and use it at the most critical moment. In front of them, the vortex of the time tunnel was very close. The vortex of time was changing like an invisible force that was already pulling on one's body, making it difficult for one to stand still. Long Chen followed the other godly venerables and stood where he was supposed to stand. Behind him, the Chaos Saint's gaze seemed to be on him, but when he looked back, the Chaos Saint was looking at the depths of the time tunnel. His gaze extremely deep. "It seems that I was overthinking. Let's go." At the Chaos Saint's command, the 9 ultimate gods moved almost at the same time and lined up in a ring outside the time tunnel with the Chaos Saint at the back of the center of the ring. For the sake of the next victory, Long Chen could only try to keep himself in line with the others as much as possible. At the Chaos Saint's command, everyone started moving and rushed toward the depths of the time tunnel. The power of the 9 ultimate gods formed a huge force impact, forming a substantial force like a cone piercing into the time tunnel. Boom! Long Chen finally entered the time tunnel, and the surrounding dark space became a deep tunnel. There was a dim light that formed a ring that flickered in the surroundings, just like the fire in this deep tunnel. They seemed to be heading to the depths of the universe. The most obvious thing was that the changes in the surrounding time were too strong, and it was getting stronger. The Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent actually also had laws that could reverse time, but compared to this time tunnel, it was simply child's play. The changes in the speed of time in this place were too great and too intense. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Back then, the immortal divine phoenix had not truly ventured deep into this place. In this place, the acceleration and deceleration of time were normal. This was because the change in time formed a kind of pulling force that was the most fatal, and also something that needed to be overcome with great difficulty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind in the surroundings faded away. The tunnel around them was still expanding, and the light of the stars kept flashing past them. The circular tunnel in front of them was still a bottomless pit. From everyone's expression, it could be guessed that this was actually the shallowest part of the time tunnel. This is it. I can already feel it. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten seemed to be a little nervous. He had always been sloppy, but this time, he was a little restless. All right. Longchen knew what to do. Soon, the change of time had reached a level that even deity emperors could not bear. Only they could persist. Now they could even see the time cracks caused by the change of time with their eyes. They were like sharp blades. If they were to cut their bodies, they could even be cut in half. The time beast is about to appear. As usual, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. The cold and indifferent voice of the Holy Son of Chaos sounded from behind them. Yes. The ultimate gods echoed in agreement. Time behemoth. Longchen had never heard of such a thing. There are blood fiends in the death realm, and there are similar ones in the realm of life. It seems that there are also time tunnels. The time beast must be in existence similar to the blood fiends, thought Longchen. This was actually the time for the test. Sure enough, as they went deeper into the endless and deep time tunnel, the power of time around them became more and more violent, even like a turbulent river of time. Suddenly, the time beast appeared. Longchen saw it. He did not expect it to be an illusory divine dragon. It looked very similar to the void cosmic dragon and was very huge. It suddenly rushed out from the depths of the time tunnel and let out a deep dragon roar. At a glance, Longchen could first see that this time beast had a majestic power that surpassed that of the blood fiends. In addition, its whole body was condensed from a kind of time law. When it attacked, it should be able to form a destructive force similar to the time storm or the time sword. It was precisely because of this that the 9 ultimate gods were very afraid. More importantly, there were many time beasts. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 of them rushed out from the depths of the time tunnel, and their numbers were still increasing. Roar! In front of the time beast, the human form was undoubtedly insignificant. Therefore, at this moment, almost all the ultimate gods transformed into their original forms. For a moment, the Emperor Sacred Beast, the Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, the Divine Bird Shangyang, and so on all appeared in front of Longchen. Among the 9 ultimate gods, 8 of them had turned into terrifying monsters. Huge and powerful. Longchen's movements were a little slow. He had never seen the true form of the myriad transformations demon venerable, so of course, he could not simulate it. Even the myriad transformation dreamy shadows could not do it. However, at this critical juncture, Longchen was quick-witted. He had seen the myriad transformations demon venerable transform into the Hun Kuan ancestor beast, so he directly transformed into a grey tiger and displayed the spatial power that the myriad transformations demon venerable had displayed to deal with the time beasts. At this time, almost every monster had encountered the time beasts, so no one noticed that Longchen's movements were slow just now. Boom! Longchen himself had encountered 2 time beasts. The myriad transformations demon venerable's true ability was not too strong, so Longchen did not dare to be too exaggerated. However, the terrifying true forms of the other ultimate gods shocked him. The astral domain dragon was an illusory astral flood dragon. Its body did not exist, but there were tens of thousands of black stars forming the important acupuncture points of its body. It looked like a moving astral domain. Countless black stars swirled up and down, and the silhouette of the stellar domain giant dragon could be vaguely seen. There was also the cosmic sea divine beast. Its body carried a majestic ocean, so its true form could not be seen at all. However, when Longchen took a closer look, he could still see it clearly. It was a dark blue octopus with azure gems hanging on its body. There were tens of thousands of gems, and each blue gem was like its bright eyes. Inside it there was infinite power. The Taotai giant beast was even more terrifying. It was a completely ferocious beast, and its divine body was the largest among the 9 ultimate gods. It had a bloody mouth, a scarlet tongue, ferocious eyes, sharp claws, and black hair like a poisonous snake. It was like a black disaster, and anyone who saw it would be afraid. The mother of all things, Longchen did not have time to see it clearly, but it seemed to be a strange queen bee. It was probably very special, as if there were countless fierce beasts hidden in its body, and it could be born at any time. Finally, there was the divine bird Shangyang. Longchen had seen the immortal phoenix before. The peak bloodlines of these 2 birds were actually very similar, but the divine bird Shangyang did not have the dominating and domineering power of the immortal phoenix. Instead, It was more ethereal and elegant, like a lone king, cold and arrogant. Like a green cold light, it was the fastest to defeat the time behemoths. As for the others, Long Chen did not have time to see them clearly. He was entangled by the time behemoths. Long Chen focused on using some of the ancestral beast Hun rules to deal with the two time behemoths. At the same time, more time behemoths appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 ultimate gods were like a hot knife through butter, smashing the time behemoths one by one. The time behemoths themselves were just rules, and would not really die, so Long Chen did not have to worry. His speed was the slowest. He was not proficient in changing the rules, so it was normal. The time tunnel suddenly became a battlefield for the rules. The time behemoths could use several time rules with great power. Even Time Stop could stop the Emperor's sacred beasts in their tracks. Basically, divine emperors could not resist the power of such rules, so divine emperors basically did not dare to come here. Are you a piece of trash? At that moment, the Tao Tai behemoth suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and tore the time behemoth in front of him with one claw. Its sharp claws and teeth almost reached Long Chen. You are the slowest every time. Do you still have the face? Huh. The Tao Tai behemoth burst into laughter, his face full of contempt. His huge force knocked Long Chen away, and he immediately continued to go deeper, dismembering the time behemoths one by one. The other ultimate gods pretended not to see that scene. The Tao Tai behemoth had such a character. As the weakest in the group, Long Chen was looked down upon. That was actually normal. Everyone was busy opening the path for the Chaos Saint's son, and no one paid much attention to Long Chen. Humph. Long Chen pretended to be indignant and increased the speed of his fight with the time behemoths. With 9 ultimate gods opening the way, the Chaos Saint's son made rapid progress. He put his hands behind his back and looked deeper into the time tunnel. We are reaching the deep sea soon. The real entrance is in the deep sea. Long Chen heard the other ultimate gods were already talking about it. It seemed that the deep sea should be a place with greater resistance. He looked deep into the time tunnel and saw that there seemed to be waves of light in the depths. It seemed to be a rare quiet place. Soon, the crucial moment will arrive. Victory or defeat depends on this. At that point, all the ultimate gods' expressions became serious. Long Chen was a little nervous. After all, it was also a crucial moment for him. As long as I reach the deep sea, it's probably not easy to move. If I want to escape, I can find the entrance myself. However, the closer he got to the deep sea, the more Long Chen had an ominous feeling. Chapter 3056. Am I imagining things? Now was the most critical time and Long Chen had to be cautious. After all, the things in the time tunnel were too important to kitten. I don't think so. Li Xuanji suddenly said. Maybe we've revealed some flaws. I also feel that something is wrong. Although it seems random, from the beginning until now, I have a feeling of being surrounded and restricted. They always put you in a position where you can't leave. This is definitely not a coincidence. After listening to Li Xuanji, Long Chen understood. It seemed that it was not the Chaos Saint who fell into his trap, but he himself who fell into the Chaos Saint's trap. At this moment, they arrived at the deep sea ahead. Rumble. One by one, the giant beasts crashed into the deepest part of the time tunnel, splashing waves all over the sky. The entire sea was turbulent, but Long Chen could clearly feel that the sea was composed of the power of time. This was the Sea of Time. The Eternal Dragon City Sea of Time was just ordinary water, but the Sea of Time here, every drop of seawater was an illusion of the power of time. It seemed calm at this time, but if it really went berserk, it would probably be terrifying. With so much power of time, every drop could probably destroy a large area of territory. However, Long Chen's attention was no longer on the deep sea. After entering, he transformed into the myriad transformations demon venerable in human form and stopped in his tracks. The moment he stopped, the other 8 ultimate gods also suddenly stopped moving. They looked at Long Chen with covetous eyes and also transformed into human form, surrounding Long Chen in a circle. Among them, the indifferent Chaos Saint stood in front of Long Chen. He was one of the most powerful figures in the myriad worlds. His eyes were illusory and he possessed 3 rather terrifying laws. Just by standing like that, he had already brought a lot of pressure to Long Chen. At this time, the deep sea was unusually quiet. I didn't expect you to find out. The Chaos Saint shook his head helplessly and smiled slightly. The 9 ultimate gods formed a monstrous pressure that formed an irresistible cage. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could not move at all. However, if he could see through their movements in advance, there would always be a chance to break them. It's probably because I didn't expect that my disguise would be discovered by you. Long Chen looked around at them, and his eyes finally fell on the Chaos Sun. Among this group of people, he was still the most terrifying. Long Chen now had a rough idea. It was obvious that they knew about his myriad transformations demon venerable disguise before sending it. It seemed that they had deliberately planned to enter the time tunnel this time. As for their goal, Long Chen still had some doubts. What exactly did they want to do by luring him here? Long Chen returned to his original appearance and confronted the 9 ultimate gods. The Chaos Saint's eyes, which were as deep as the time tunnel, looked at the Shangyang fairy beside him and said, "It's not me who found out, it's her. She already knew when I spoke to you. Although it's unbelievable that you can use the myriad transformations rules, you can't deny that sometimes women are just too meticulous." He seemed to be chatting, but the 8 ultimate gods under him were full of murderous intent. "What did you do to the myriad transformations demon venerable? Hurry up and release him. Our holy sun might still give you a way out. Long Chen, don't try to be brave in this situation, lest you regret it in the end. This is the world of the demon clan, and you can only be dominated." The Taotai behemoth in particular had the most intense murderous intent in its eyes. Indeed, Long Chen was now in a passive position. The murderous intent was hidden in the depths, just like the deep sea in the time tunnel. It looked calm on the surface, but a storm was about to break out. The Chaos Saint was very calm and said, "Although we noticed that you are Long Chen, our plan was still seen through by you. I originally thought that you had a way to let us enter this world, so I played along and let you crack it. Now that you know, I have no choice but to subdue you. As for the time tunnel, wait for my father." The Chaos Saint was the kind of person who would do what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave an order. At the same time, all the ultimate gods attacked almost at the same time. Just their aura alone could crush Long Chen. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's only option was to break through his limits and quickly escape into the death rain. Otherwise it would be fatal. If he was even a little slower, he would be turned into ashes. Whoosh! The 9 ultimate gods' rules attacked at the same time, but Long Chen disappeared. Entering the death rain, Long Chen still had lingering fears. It was too dangerous this time, and there were 2 realms of life and death. At this moment, Kitten said a little nervously, "Boss, what are you going to do? I think I can roughly feel where the entrance they are looking for is." "Do you know?" Long Chen smiled. After escaping from the encirclement, his mind was much clearer now. He said, "Then let's wait for them to leave. Once they leave, we will look for it ourselves." For the past 10 days or so, he had transformed into a myriad transformations demon venerable, so he did not have time to open the death rain and leave his rule's mark. Now, the other rule's mark he left behind had basically disappeared. Therefore, if Long Chen wanted to leave the death rain, he would either have to open the gate of the death rain just now or leave through the 3rd heaven. Moreover, it was not easy to get here, so Long Chen did not want to give up. However, at this moment, he heard the Chaos Sun say from outside, "Long Chen, I know you very well. I have investigated too many things about you, and I know what you are good at. I know what your life and death reign is. You can only hold on for about 10 days at most. If you don't come out of this position for a few more days, you will be completely out of this place. When you come back again, this place will be my world." The Chaos Sun knew the characteristics of Long Chen's death reign's gate. This gate was open and would close in about 10 days. The other gates that had been opened had already closed. As long as they stayed outside and did not leave, there was really nothing Long Chen could do. If he waited for more than 10 days, the last gate that had just been opened would close, and he would not be able to get out at all. He would have to come back through the 3rd heaven, which would take at least 2 months. Old ancestor Hun Kuan was proficient in spatial rules. Who knew when he would arrive? For a moment, everyone in the God Nation was at a loss. This Chaos Sun is really powerful. He has long understood you, big brother. This way, we are in a passive position. What should we do now? For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Long Chen made the final decision and said, "Since we are in a deadlock, let's give it a try. Let little She use the gate of the universe. As long as we move slightly in this deep sea, we will be able to shake them off. Then we can open more gates here, just like in the hive of the universe. Even if old ancestor Hun Kuan comes, he won't be able to do anything to us. Okay. Lingxi nodded. She could use the gate of the universe very quickly, especially for small distance transmissions. Now that the deep sea seemed to be in a calm state, the danger of transmissions was not that great. Long Chen was decisive and did what he said he would do. He and Lingxi were ready. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda released the seal on the myriad transformations demon venerable, and the sky-burying coffin was removed. The myriad transformations demon venerable gradually woke up. While he was still in a daze, Long Chen abruptly opened the final door of the realm of death and threw him out. The myriad transformations demon venerable was still in a daze. Outside, the 9 ultimate gods, including the Chaos Sun, were already ready. When Long Chen's gate of the death realm was opened, their overwhelming law attacks raged almost at the same time and landed on the myriad transformations demon venerable with devastating power. Before the myriad transformations demon venerable could fully react, the 9 ultimate gods' laws were directly evaporated and smashed into pieces. There was no other way. Otherwise, if Long Chen came out, Long Chen would be the one dead. An ultimate god was instantly killed in a siege. It showed how determined they were to kill Long Chen. All of this came from the Chaos Sun's order. The Chaos Sun was indeed decisive, cold-blooded, and arrogant. As soon as the myriad transformations demon venerable died, the ultimate gods realized they had killed the wrong person and quickly stopped. Long Chen seized the opportunity and rushed out. Lingxi opened the gate of the universe beside him and went in before the 9 ultimate gods could attack again. Goodbye, everyone. Long Chen's voice was still floating in the air. Myriad transformations demon venerable. The ultimate gods' hearts were in turmoil when they saw the myriad transformations demon venerable dead. Of course, they could not attack Long Chen anymore, especially the Emperor Sacred Beast who had the best relationship with the myriad transformations demon venerable. He was stunned to see the myriad transformations demon venerable killed while he was defenseless. How could this be? The other ultimate gods were also dumbfounded. However, it was undeniable that they were too ruthless and did not give the slightest chance, which led to the myriad transformations demon venerable's death. Of course, all the ultimate gods shifted their hatred to Long Chen. Hence, unprecedented hatred erupted in the deep sea as everyone's eyes focused on the Chaos Sun. All right, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. The Chaos Sun's expression was indifferent. Just as he finished speaking, the deep sea finally began to riot. The power of time was reversed to the extreme and was even more terrifying than the time behemoth. Under such circumstances, finding the entrance to the next world was naturally more difficult than ascending to heaven. The Chaos Sun led the ultimate gods and disappeared into the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he encountered a time explosion. However, he was still proficient in time law so he could still control it for the time being. Boss, I know the location. Let's go there and shake them off. Only then did Kitten get excited. The pressure from before was now completely gone. As for the myriad transformations demon venerable, Long Chen could only express his helplessness. He did not expect the 9 ultimate gods to be so cruel. If they did not want to kill Long Chen, the myriad transformations demon venerable would not have died. Chapter 3057. Time in the deep sea was mainly chaotic, and the time cracks formed by too much time fluctuation became the most lethal weapon. If one was lucky, they would encounter fewer of them, but if one was unlucky and was always in the space-time cracks, it would be troublesome. On the Chaos Saint /S side, the 9 ultimate gods formed a square formation, forming an indestructible whole, and shuttled through the time storm. The main thing was that the sudden time cracks were the most difficult to deal with. Long Chen relied on his understanding of the time law to resolve the time power of the ultimate gods and stabilize time so that he could move forward in the deep sea. He was like a fish in the sea of time, while the 9 ultimate gods formed a rock. The fish's movements were even more agile than the boulders. The key was that Kitten, who did not understand the time law at all, could actually guide the way for Long Chen because of his perception of the real body. Although it was a little vague, he at least knew the location.
He was not like the Chaos Sun, who had explored the deep sea for so many years and was forced out by the storm of time every time before his power was exhausted. Now, he had marked many locations in the deep sea of time, but in fact, even if he marked the locations, he was not sure whether they were the real entrances or not. The deep sea was always changing, and it was too difficult to find the entrance. But for Long Chen, it seemed to be a piece of cake. This way, this way. Kitten was proud again. As soon as Long Chen was out of their control, he was like a fish in the sea, relaxed and free. Following Kitten_S instructions, he quickly approached. I am sure it_S right in front. Kitten chuckled. That Chaos Saint Sun looks awesome, but compared to me, Lord Cat, he's simply trash. He can _T even compare to 1/10, no 100th. Hee. I, Grandpa Cat, am the real awesome one. The era that belongs to me is coming soon. He was so proud that he jumped up and down in the realm of life. Everyone was already used to him being like this. At this time, they all looked at him with contempt. Long Chen smiled. Kitten had followed him for too long. As long as he was happy, it was also a sense of accomplishment. No matter what the relationship between the Son of Chaos and Kitten was, he would do his best to solve the problem of his main body this time. Found it, it's that stone. Kitten said excitedly. Which one? At the bottom of the Sea of Time, there were many stones floating in the seawater. There were large and small stones, and they contained powerful time energy. Sometimes, being hit by these stones would be fatal. This. Kitten took Long Chen to a very ordinary stone. This was a stone suspended in the time sea. There were many similar stones around it, and they were constantly moving in the fluctuations of the time sea. No wonder they couldn't find it. The entrance is constantly changing. No matter how they mark it, they can't find it. Boss, this is something related to time. You have to think of a way to open it. In any case, I don't have a way. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He circled around the small stone and had a better understanding of it. It was not that this stone was the entrance, but that the entrance was hidden in this dark gray stone. The power of time. Long Chen first used the sacrificial spear. Obviously, this entrance could only be opened by destroying the stone. Therefore, Long Chen condensed the power of the Death World on the sacrificial spear. The Death World's tribulation was the most lethal of the rules he had mastered. Whoosh! Bang! The sacrificial spear pierced the stone. The surrounding time sea of time shook. With this stone as the center, the surrounding time sea of time surged and let out a violent roar. However, the stone flew out, and only a small hole was made on the surface by Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly chased after it and found the stone again. It can't be broken? In the realm of life, everyone felt a little regretful. Now that time was tight, it was better to break it as soon as possible, lest the Son of Chaos caught up. They could instantly kill the myriad transformations demon venerable, so their overall strength was quite terrifying. Don't be anxious. Long Chen had a rough idea. He rushed over and stabilized the stone again. He pressed both hands on this dark gray stone with an uneven surface and felt the flow of the power of time. On this stone, time flowed very slowly. Long Chen estimated that it was about 1/10,000th of the normal time. Of course, this was only limited to this stone. Next to it was the normal time. Time is too slow. What if I speed it up? At this thought, Long Chen held the sacrificial spear in his hand. This time, he changed the rules. He no longer wanted to destroy this stone, but used another method. Heart of the Great Void. The power of time condensed on the tip of the sacrificial spear. Whoosh! The sacrificial spear pierced through the time sea of time and pierced a passage. During this process, the surrounding chaotic time forced Long Chen to stop. Soon, the heart of the Great Void, which had condensed the power of time and extracted the surrounding time, was all infused into the stone. Clang! With a crisp sound, the flow of time on the stone increased instantly, from 1/10,000th to 1/10th. Then, it surpassed the normal time and reached 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times and 10,000 times. When the time rushed to 10,000 times the normal speed, one could see the rapid flow of time on the surface of the stone. At this time, it seemed to have reached its limit. The stone changed completely and began to melt, turning into a ray of light. The light then spread out and directly opened a door in front of Long Chen. Behind the door was a gray vortex, which was also the real entrance to the time tunnel. It's open.
Amazing. Boss is really awesome. For a moment, everyone in the realm of life was excited. The changes in the Sea of Time were endless. It had not been easy for Long Chen to open this entrance, so he naturally had to enter at the first opportunity. Therefore, his figure flashed and directly rushed in. Just as he was about to enter the light door, there was suddenly an extremely strong turbulence in the surrounding space. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. At that moment, Lingxi, who was the most sensitive to spatial power, hurriedly said, "They're here." The moment he entered the gray vortex, Long Chen saw the 9 ultimate gods, led by the Chaos Saint, all standing behind Long Chen. Just as Long Chen rushed into the gray vortex, they rushed up and followed closely behind Long Chen. All of their expressions were ice cold. They had probably been waiting for this moment for a long time. Long Chen did not know how they suddenly appeared beside him. However, he knew that he must have been used. That myriad transformations demon lord died in vain, Li Xuanji suddenly said. There was a violent change in the power of time around him. Long Chen was now like a high hillside, sliding down. The journey was extremely bumpy. "Brother Chen, I know that they've hidden something on your body." Lingxi was a little anxious. She searched for a while and said, "Do you remember when we were dealing with the time beast, the Taotai behemoth bumped into you? It was at that time that the Chaos Saint seemed to have given him something. It was a kind of spatial tracking mark. I didn't pay attention at the time, so I didn't see it. It's on your left hand." Long Chen took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a little spatial trace on his left arm. It was very faint. If one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice it. Especially in the chaotic situation of the deep sea of time, it was very difficult to notice such a little law. If it was outside in the starry sky, it was estimated that Lingxi would have noticed it. "I've already removed it for you. It's all my fault. I didn't even notice it." Lingxi was a little worried. It was obvious that the 9 ultimate gods had chased Long Chen and entered this place. "It's not your fault. We all underestimated the Chaos Saint." Li Xuanji reminded him, and Long Chen roughly understood. After the Shangyang fairy told him my true identity, he began to plan. He knew that I know time law and probably guessed that I would come here with a way to enter this time tunnel. So he made a bet. First, he beat me at my own game and tricked me into coming here. Then, he planted a spatial mark on me along the way and followed me. Even if I found the entrance, he could instantly appear next to me using space law. Of course, he might have also guessed that I might have found out along the way that he tricked me into coming here. Maybe he even guessed that I would throw the myriad transformations demon venerable out. However, at that time, he acted decisively and created an illusion that I had escaped. In that case, I would feel lucky and it would be harder for me to notice the details of the space law. In order to find this entrance, he could even sacrifice an ultimate god casually and transferred his hatred to me without batting an eyelid. He's really amazing. Thinking about it carefully, one could only understand how scheming the Chaos Saint was. The other ultimate gods obviously did not know that the death of the myriad transformations demon venerable had the most to do with the Chaos Saint. Maybe he was the one who really dealt the heavy blow. That was how he could deliberately let Long Chen escape. "Long Chen, what are you going to do next?" Li Xuanji was also a little worried. Long Chen thought about it and said, "They must have also come in. If Kitten's body is here, our advantage is Kitten. Since we're here, there's no other way. We can only race against time and compete with each other." Boom. Finally, it was as if he had finally come to this world through that door. Surrounded by a chaotic starry sky, time had become very stable. However, as soon as he arrived here, Long Chen felt a huge sense of discomfort. It was an indescribable feeling, but the change was too sudden. It took him a while to adapt. The time in this space is actually 10,000 times slower than the outside world. Today, the normal updates would resume. Chapter 3058. It was precisely because the flow of time in the entire space was only 1/10,000th of the outside world that Long Chen felt that kind of chaotic feeling. First of all, he opened the Death Realms door and left a few Death Realms doors nearby. Now that Lingxi had erased the space imprint, the Chaos Saint Sun and the others could no longer reach him in an instant. Only 1/10,000th of the flow speed, So one day here is equivalent to 30 years outside. If I stay here for a month, it's no different from 1,000 years. This was really too exaggerated. Due to the influence of that world, the speed of the kingdom of God was also slowed down by 10,000 times and was on par with that world. Fortunately, the time between the life and death realm was still the same. No matter what, it's better to end this quickly. Boss, hurry up, I can feel the location of my body. Kitten said quickly. He directly came out of the life realm, so it was easier to feel the location of his body. Okay, you lead the way. Following the direction Kitten pointed, Long Chen saw a world. It was a city of ruins. It was the only thing that still existed in this chaotic space. However, this city of ruins was more than twice the size of the ghost city of Fengdu. It was just that the ghost city of Fengdu was complete while the city in front of him was a dilapidated ruin with broken walls everywhere. Of course, when he got closer, those broken walls were the size of a continent. It was a ruins of time. It was a gray city shrouded in gray fog where time flowed extremely slowly as if it had come to a standstill. It remained here for eternity, which was the time tunnel. Unexpectedly, there was such a time ruin in the time tunnel. Lingxi opened the door of the universe and directly moved Long Chen to the side of the ruins of time where Kitten's body was. As for the specific location, he still needed to find it. Kitten was sealed here by the Void Infinity Dragon, so it might not be easy to find. The moment Long Chen arrived at the ruins of time, a chaotic light flashed in his previous position and 9 ultimate gods appeared. Although they were far away, Long Chen could feel their presence. Sure enough, they were already here. The time for competition had arrived. The key now was to be fast. Of course, he had to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Boss, why are there 4 seats? Kitten was stunned for a while. Each of these 4 positions gave him a similar feeling. They were all his main body. It could be divided into 4 parts. It could also have 4 bodies. Let's find the first one first. Long Chen decided instantly. Alright, this way then. Long Chen grabbed him and rushed toward the first location according to his instructions. He had now entered the huge ruins of time and was moving on the surface of the ruins. When he entered this huge world, it would not be easy for the Son of Chaos and the others to find Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen had left behind the Death Realm Dragon Gate along the way so that it was convenient for him to move around the entire ruins of time. Every second counts. Long Chen unleashed his greatest speed. He was like a blood-colored ray of light, traveling millions of miles in an instant. He advanced in the direction of Kitten. Even the speed of the gate of the universe might not be able to keep up with Long Chen's speed. Whoosh whoosh. Above the ruins of time, a blood-colored line quickly circled around. For them at this moment, time was the key to victory. In fact, based on his pondering of the rules of time, Long Chen had also sensed that there were 4 very special locations in this ruins of time. However, his feeling was not as clear. It was not as strong and accurate as Kitten's. However, he guessed that the Son of Chaos should also be able to find one of Kitten's main bodies. It was just that it would take a longer time. In this way, his side still had a great advantage. Although he would definitely not be able to win in a direct confrontation, Long Chen did not necessarily need to do so. Soon, Kitten's eyes were wide open and flashed with an intense light. This guy was really nervous now. Right now, Long Chen had rushed into a dark world. The broken walls of the ruins of time had probably smashed down and formed the sky, completely sealing off this piece of land. After getting so close, Kitten's main body was like a bright lamp in the dark. Not to mention Kitten, even Long Chen himself could feel it. After breaking through the endless darkness, he finally reached a pile of rocks. There were large and small rocks. The large ones covered the sky like pillars that supported the sky, while the small ones were broken into powder and floated in the air. Long Chen moved very quietly so as not to attract the other party's attention. At this most critical place, Kitten was almost suffocating. Found it, found it. I see it. His voice was trembling. Long Chen directly threw him into the realm of life. When he arrived at the location he mentioned, he looked up. Although the side was full of rocks, this place was intact. There was a platform here, and on the platform was a white jade dragon's head. Yes, it was the white jade dragon's head. Although it felt different from the previous black jade dragon's head, the material was different, and it was more mysterious. As long as it was something left behind by the divine dragon, it would give Long Chen a sense of familiarity. The white jade dragon's head was not big, only about 1/10 the size of the previous black jade dragon's head. Long Chen didn't seem very big when it was around him. My real body should be inside the body of this dragon's head. I should be able to break this, Kitten said. Long Chen was still calm. Rashly destroying something was reckless, especially something that belonged to the divine dragon. This white jade dragon's head should be what the Great Void Infinity Dragon used to seal Kitten's real body. Destroying it should not be enough. Let's try to speed up time. Just like the door from before. Long Chen took out the Spear of Heaven. After reaching the head of the white jade dragon's head, he stood between the two white dragon horns. At this time, the power of the heart of the Great Void had already gathered on the Spear of Heaven. Stab. The heart of the Great Void gathered all the time in the surrounding territory onto the sacrificial spear. All the time was poured into the sacrificial spear, and it pierced through. With a crisp clang, the sacrificial spear nailed into the head of the white jade dragon. However, it did not penetrate deep, only a little bit. Of course, the power of time was still changing the time of the white jade dragon's head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time moved faster and faster, but Long Chen felt that he still could not reach the peak. Primordial Dragon Pagoda. If it was not enough, he would have to rely on the Primordial Dragon Pagoda to make up for it. After fusing with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, all aspects of Long Chen's strength soared. At this time, he suddenly turned into the Void Cosmic Dragon. This illusory mystical dragon curled up on the white jade dragon's head, forming an illusory heart, and descended on the head of the white jade dragon's head. The heart of the Great Void, which was much stronger than before, erupted. On the white jade dragon's head, time accelerated even faster and more violently. In an instant, it was thousands of times faster. At this level, the white jade dragon's head began to shine brighter and brighter. With Long Chen's final effort, the white jade dragon's head finally turned into a ray of light and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. With the previous lesson, this was the time when Long Chen was the most cautious. However, because Lingxi had erased the spatial mark, the Chaos Sun could not suddenly appear next to him. Obviously, all his previous guesses were correct. "Boss, it's inside!" Kitten exclaimed. After so many hardships, this moment had finally arrived. Needless to say, Long Chen would have rushed over. He also saw the deepest part of the light, the thing that made his heart palpitate. When Long Chen approached, he reached out and grabbed it. Only then did he realize that this thing was really small. Upon closer inspection, the thing that was shining with white light in his hand and had a strange law was actually just a leg? This was a crystal-like leg that was as thick as a finger. It looked like a cat's leg, however, it was really small. Long Chen took a look at it and threw it into the realm of life. "Main body, your Lord Cat is here." Kitten was extremely excited. Everyone was also looking forward to it. Clang! That crystal leg was thrown in front of Kitten. Kitten took a closer look and almost fainted. His tall and mighty reincarnation divine beast's main body was actually this crystal-like leg that was only as thick as a finger? Damn, what is this? Kitten was stunned. It was different from what he had imagined. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Kitten covered the crystal leg and wanted to cry. Xueqi laughed the loudest. Haha, Kitten, I can already imagine you turning into that reincarnation divine beast. Haha. She laughed so hard that she convulsed. Humph. Kitten picked up the leg embarrassedly and said, "When I collect all of them, you will know how powerful I am. Just don't beg for mercy then." It was actually very clear. Although the crystal leg looked very simple, it was indeed Kitten's main body. Obviously, your body is divided into several parts, and there are not just 4 parts. We should collect all of them. At least you can feel 3. Let's hurry and find the second one. As Long Chen spoke, he pulled out Kitten. Ah! Under Long Chen's super high speed, the kitten let out a shrill scream. "Shut up and keep your voice down." Long Chen knocked him on the head. "Got it. This way, this way." Although the little cat was very discouraged by the crystal calf, he also knew that if the body was separated, it would be very troublesome. This basically meant that as long as the Chaos Son of God found one, Long Chen would have to fight with them in order to get it back. Otherwise, no one would be able to get the whole body. There were still 8 ultimate gods in the battle with the Chaos Sun. There was basically no chance of winning. Don't let him get it. As such, Long Chen sped up even more. It did not take long for the second position to be almost there. Long Chen could feel it himself. However, when he got closer, he quickly felt danger. He quickly threw Kitten back into the realm of life and looked up. In the vast gray sea of clouds in front of him, there was a floating platform with a white jade dragon head on it. On it, the Chaos Sun, the Xiangyang Fairy, the Taotai Behemoth, and the Beast Mother of all things were all on it. They saw Long Chen. Chapter 30:59. The Son of Chaos and the others had already surrounded the white jade dragon head. Especially the Son of Chaos, who was already standing on top of the white jade dragon head. Based on his control of time, he should be preparing to seize what was inside the white jade dragon head. Although it was only a glimpse, one could roughly feel that he was using the same principle as Long Chen, which was to use the principle of time acceleration. As long as his speed could reach a certain level, he could also make the white jade dragon head release Kitten's body. The Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, and the Xiangyang Fairy all noticed Long Chen. When the two sides encountered each other at this time, the Son of Chaos smiled coldly and did not move. Instead, the other three ultimate gods immediately chased after him. The Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, and the divine bird Xiangyang came from three directions. Their movements were swift and murderous. They covered this distance in an instant. Except for the Son of Chaos, who was still on the white jade dragon head, the others launched a frenzied attack on Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes instantly collided with the Son of Chaos. In the other party's eyes, Long Chen saw confidence and calmness, as if everything was still under his control. From the beginning, he had been so calm. Now, not only did he successfully follow Long Chen in, but he also occupied a white jade dragon head. Although he had lost a myriad transformations Demon Lord, it seemed to be nothing to him. If I defeat the four of them here, the possibility of successfully seizing Kitten's body is 0. The Son of Chaos is also proficient in the time law. It's normal for him to get one of the 4 positions. The most important thing is that I have to quickly get the other parts. There are still 2 more. There's no need to fight with them here. After thinking of this, Long Chen instantly made a decision. Before he confronted the Taotai Behemoth and the others, he directly escaped into the death rain and then came out from another position. After coming out, he was already in a position that was relatively far away from the Son of Chaos. Boss, which one do you want? Kitten was a little depressed. It was clearly his own thing, but now there was another guy who came to fight for it. There's no rush. Anyway, we'll still have to fight later. Let's try our best to get as many as possible. Long Chen still remembered the look in the Chaos Sun's eyes. They were calm and indifferent, but it was undeniable that it was more difficult for him to get a part of a kitten's body than for Long Chen. The next location is getting closer. Long Chen was also assisting the Gate of the Universe, which greatly increased their speed. They were all in the ultimate god realm and were trying their best to save time, even though the time ruin was huge. After all, 1 day in there was equivalent to 30 years in the outside world. We're here. This time, he was in an abyss. The white jade dragon head was on one of the walls. The surroundings were in ruins, as if it had experienced the greatest destruction. This time, Long Chen didn't waste any time. He used the primordial dragon pagoda to transform into the Great Void Cosmic Dragon, and used the heart of the Great Void to speed up the time of the white jade dragon head. Soon, it was 1,000,000 times faster. In the end, Long Chen obtained another crystal leg. It was slightly different from the last one. The previous one was a front leg, while the one he got now was a back leg. Could it be that the 4 I've detected are all my legs? Kitten was depressed. He found 2 and they were both legs. It couldn't be that the other 2 were the whole body. It's very likely. Long Chen squinted and said, "What about the others? Maybe you can't detect them. Maybe they're in other places. It's fine if they're in other places. If you can't detect them, but the Chaos Sun and the others can, then it'll be a little troublesome. That's basically impossible. This is my body." Kitten was very confident about this. "It's okay. Find the last one first. Don't let the Chaos Sun get ahead of us." Long Chen threw the crystal leg in his hand to Kitten, and then asked him to lead the way to the next place. The last location was a little further away. It was almost on the other side of the ruins of time. Lingxi's Gate of the Universe hadn't been there before. However, after taking a little risk, the Gate of the Universe roughly felt the location and distance and locked onto a general place. Only then did Lingxi open the gate of the universe. Whoosh! It didn't take long before they finally arrived. Of course, they only moved to this side, the darker side. It would take some time to find the last part of the main body. This direction. Not only was Long Chen anxious, but Kitten himself was also very anxious. My leg. No one can take my leg. I'll fight with you if anyone does. Long Chen turned into a blood-red light and rushed over. This platform was very obvious. From far away, Long Chen saw the white jade dragon head that appeared in this open space. Found it. Since he could see the position, he was even faster. Long Chen was like a cannonball, instantly hitting the platform. In the blink of an eye, he was on the white jade dragon head and was about to use the primordial dragon pagoda. Bus! Long Chen suddenly stopped. Kitten was nervous, so he hurriedly asked. Someone is coming. Long Chen looked in a direction. His voice was cold, and his killing intent was already spreading. He had already taken 2 parts of Kitten's main body. This was the 3rd one. Including the one found by the Chaos Sun, it seemed that all 4 had appeared. It was just that the last one had run into some trouble. Just as he was about to break the white jade dragon head, his opponents had also come looking for him. It was possible that they had been nearby and had chased after Long Chen. Otherwise, given their level, they might not have been able to find this place. These disgusting fellows are all following us to take advantage of us. This made Kitten very angry. If we don't deal with them, it will be very difficult to focus on breaking this white jade dragon head. After all, it will take some time to break it, Long Chen said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the opponents appeared. In the illusion ahead, 3 figures appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very majestic, and the woman was as charming as water, extremely beautiful. She wore a long blue dress that was full of deep-sea gems, among which several were eternal-level chaos treasures. Seeing that it was them, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Chaos Sun and the others could not catch up so quickly. Even if he wanted to break the white jade dragon head, it would take a certain amount of time, and he might not even be able to break it. Long Chen wouldn't be worried at all if it was only these 3 people who had come. These 3 were Interstellar Domain Dragon, Emperor Holy Beast, and Cosmic Sea God. They were Interstellar Domain War God, Emperor Holy Beast, and Supreme Sea God. Among them, Interstellar Domain War God and Emperor Holy Beast were male while Supreme Sea God was female. The Chaos Sun must have split up the team and searched the entire ruins of time together. Both sides encountered each other here. In order to get Kitten's body, they would definitely have to fight here. 3 ultimate gods. Let's deal with them separately. I can deal with one of them quickly and then help you guys. Long Chen quickly decided. When their eyes met for the first time, sparks were already flying. Especially the Emperor Holy Beast. Its good friend, Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable, had died because of Long Chen, so it transferred all its anger to Long Chen. Big brother, let me deal with that cosmic sea god. Although it's a little difficult, I can hold it off for some time, said Mo Xiaolang first. There were also Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji could display Long Chen's abilities through changing the rules. With Lingxi, it was enough to fight against an ultimate god. Long Chen could even defeat an opponent quickly. The only problem was Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, it shouldn't be a problem to hold on for some time. If Mo Xiaolang could not handle it alone, it would be troublesome to have another opponent. He had the Chaos Green Fire now, so it would be difficult for him to die. In the blink of an eye, the 3 opponents appeared in front of Long Chen. He had to hurry. You also need to look for this thing. The Stellar Domain Giant Dragon was the leader among the 3. He glanced at Long Chen and told the Chaos Saint about Long Chen's situation. The Sacred Emperor Beast's eyes were fiery red. The aura of an ultimate god and the pressure of the Demon Clan's peak bloodline all erupted. The space within 1,000,000 meters was trembling under the violent pressure. Don't talk nonsense with him. I want to avenge the manifold demon venerable. The 3 of us together can tear him into pieces. The Sacred Emperor Beast's roar shook heaven and earth, causing the ruins of time to tremble. He bypassed the Stellar Domain Giant Dragon and directly attacked. Long Chen made up his mind. He had to finish the battle quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people appeared next to Long Chen. They were Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji, although they appeared in different positions. Those three were the top ultimate gods and could enter the top 3 on the Divine Emperor list. They were all capable of fighting against an ultimate god. Oh! The appearance of 3 helpers was something they didn't expect at all. Mo Xiaolang was the fastest and immediately left Long Chen's side. His eyes were always on the cosmic sea divine beast as he said coldly, "Come at me if you want to fight." The supreme sea god glanced at him with her beautiful blue eyes and said to the 2 beside her, "Give me 10 breaths time." She only needed 10 breaths time to deal with Mo Xiaolang. Ling Shi and Li Xuanji looked at each other, and the 2 of them instantly moved to the other side. Their meaning was very clear. It was very difficult to have a result in a chaotic battle. Only such a decisive battle could quickly end. Long Chen's intention to accept the challenge was very clear. "I'll deal with him." The sacred emperor beast growled in a low voice. "I'll do it." The star domain colossal dragon pushed him behind it and said, "You've already lost your rationality. Go and deal with those 2 girls. I'll deal with Long Chen. Once I'm done, the Holy Sun will be able to look for what he wants in peace. Perhaps he has what the Holy Sun wants." Chapter 3060. Not long ago, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang fought against Divine Lord Taihao together and won. As for Shang Tian Dao Master, Zhou Holy Mother, and Divine Lord Taihao, Long Chen had no choice but to separate the 3 of them and fight Zhou Holy Mother alone to have a chance to defeat her. Today, in the ruins of time, the 4 of them were fighting against 3 ultimate gods. It was a challenge beyond their limits. In particular, Mo Xiaolang's side was quite dangerous. Long Chen needed to deal with his opponents quickly or Mo Xiaolang would be in trouble. At that moment, the Emperor's sacred beast roared and the ruins of time within a radius of 10 million meters trembled. In the midst of doing so, he suddenly transformed into his true form. It was a golden giant beast with the body of a lion but the wings and steel-like feathers of an eagle. The lion and eagle, the 2 overlords of the land and the overlord of the sky, had almost perfectly combined to form a terrifying visual impact. The demon clan's peak bloodline could crush trillions of living beings before the battle even started. On the other side was the cosmic sea divine beast. Almost at the same time when the Emperor's sacred beast transformed into its true form, the area around Mo Xiaolang had already been submerged by the ocean. The surging seawater swept and roared, drowning Mo Xiaolang who had transformed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It was a battle between fire and water. Long Chen saw the true form of the cosmic sea god beast. That beautiful blue-haired woman had already turned into a huge undersea beast. It was an octopus with a lot of tentacles. Those tentacles were inlaid with countless blue gems. They were like the eyes of the undersea, beautiful but also impactful from the ancient bloodline. "I know you're powerful, but you'll find that going against the saint is the biggest mistake of your life. No one in the infinite realms can go against the saint. Not even the 4 dominators. The saint's potential has never produced an ultimate god in the infinite realms since the beginning of the era. The infinite realms will be the saint's world for the next few eras. I'll ask you on behalf of the saint, are you willing to join the saint's team?" The answer was Long Chen's attack. Mo Xiaolang and the others were involved in the battle. Long Chen was too lazy to talk to the Starfield Dragon. No matter what the Chaos Saint would achieve in the future, Long Chen's vision was different. His future achievement would definitely surpass the Chaos Saint. Among the infinite realms, the 4 dominators of the original incipient realms had a deep-rooted position. That was why the Astral Field Dragon had so much confidence in the Son of Chaos. However, Long Chen was different. The current 10,000 realms was just a declining world. He had to climb to the peak of the 10,000 realms before he could truly carry out his revenge plan. Revenge and rebirth. It was about himself and the Divine Dragon Clan. A boom. When Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse in one hand before the Starfield Colossal Dragon, he felt a terrifying aura impact him. In his eyes, Long Chen was already a peerless god of death who had killed thousands of demons and gods. Long Chen had risen so fast that he was still a mysterious being in the eyes of the Starfield Dragon. Of course, this mysterious being was showing his murderous intent in front of the Starfield Dragon. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Long Chen had used the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda had fused with his body. On one hand, it provided Long Chen with terrifying creation divine power. On the other hand, it gave Long Chen a supreme defense that even an ultimate god could not break. Amidst the blood-colored waves, the ghost blood curse could barely withstand Long Chen's current strength. Ghost Qi was so happy that she was about to cry. She had not been satisfied with Long Chen before, but now, he had exceeded her limits. Even if she wanted to please Long Chen, it would be awkward. She could only do her best to help Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen trusted it. At that moment, the sacrificial spear was in Li Xuanji's hands. Seeing that Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, the Starfield Colossal Dragon snorted coldly and transformed into its true form. The Starfield Colossal Dragon formed by countless planets appeared above the ruins of time. At this time, Long Chen was really too small compared to the Starfield Colossal Dragon. On the other side, Lingxi and Li Xuanji were fighting the Emperor Beast together. The Time Demon Wolf and the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast had also started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The battle here would definitely alert the entire Time Ruins. Based on the Chaos Saint's understanding of space law, it should not be difficult for him to rush here. Therefore, there was not much time left for Long Chen. The Starfield Dragon was as illusory as the Void Cosmic Dragon. Only the acupoints in its body could be seen. Each of the black stars was connected to each other. Boom. As the Starfield Dragon moved, the walls and land of the Time Ruins that came into contact with it shattered and turned into dust. At the same time, Long Chen had already rushed forward. The Death World Annihilation in his hand shone with a bright red light. It was a sword that was condensed from the primordial Dragon Pagoda and Long Chen's own strength. It was terrifying enough even without the use of space law. The sword light stretched for thousands of miles. The Starfield Dragon had to turn its body black to block Long Chen's sword. Scram. The Stellar Domain Colossal Dragon was instantly enraged by the attack. With a roar, it suppressed both the Sacred Emperor Beast and the Divine Beast of the Cosmic Sea. In an instant, the Stellar Domain Colossal Dragon's head and tail joined together, forming an incomparably huge ring. In the starry sky, it faced Long Chen, who was standing on the ruins of time, and quickly unleashed its killing move of the rules. The Starfield Dragon was almost the strongest in the myriad of realms when it used the star law. When he used the laws of the stars, the tens of thousands of black stars in his body seemed to connect with the stars of the entire universe. The power of countless stars descended from the universe and instilled into the body of the Stellar Domain Colossal Dragon. As time passed, the Starfield Dragon's illusory body was filled almost in the blink of an eye. A real, huge dragon appeared in front of Long Chen. The power of the stars in the myriad of realms formed a vortex of stars in front of him. Starfield Black Hole. Space law erupted. This was similar to Soyan's black hole law. With the Starfield Dragon's body as the core, a terrifying black hole was formed. When the black hole expanded, it was almost 1/10 the size of the Time Ruins, and Long Chen was in the center of the Starfield Black Hole. When the Starfield Black Hole was activated, it released a fatal suction force. It was many times stronger than what Xueqi had used before. Die! The Starfield Dragon roared, forming an attack with its will. However, Long Chen showed no fear in the face of such a huge Starfield Black Hole. This time, she used the full power of the primordial Dragon Pagoda and focused it on the Ghost Blood Curse, pushing it beyond its limits. Ghost Blood Curse let out a shrill scream. As the core of the Death Rain appeared between Long Chen's eyebrows, the sea of blood behind her surged, completely surpassing all of Long Chen's previous attacks. Death Rain Massacre. This time, a towering beam of sword qi was born. It was hundreds of millions of meters long, and it seemed to explode out of the ruins of time, shooting up into the starry sky like the light of the sun. It shot up into the sky and slashed down violently, slashing down on the black hole in the starry sky. It was completely silent. The Death World's killing tribulation was so destructive that it tore the Starfield Black Hole in half. After the Death World's killing tribulation, the Starfield Black Hole was split apart like a piece of paper before turning into countless wisps of smoke and dissipating. The Starfield Black Hole was directly destroyed, and the Starfield Colossal Dragon, which was the core of the black hole, was struck by Long Chen and instantly suffered heavy injuries. The outcome of the battle seemed to be decided in an instant. Indeed, the Starfield Dragon was similar to the Ninth Heaven Holy Mother. Long Chen could definitely defeat him. It was only a matter of time. He used the primordial Dragon Pagoda to show respect to his opponent. However, it did not seem that easy to make the opponent lose the ability to fight just like that. This Starfield Colossal Dragon was crazier than Long Chen had imagined. especially when it was working for the Chaos Sun. Even though it was seriously injured, the Starfield Colossal Dragon still held on. At this moment, its eyes, which were two black stars, suddenly exploded, and its illusory body let out an even more terrifying roar. At this moment, the tens of thousands of black stars on his body, which were like acupoints, all moved closer to the center under a huge gravitational force and then gathered together. When all the black stars were completely gathered together, they began to squeeze each other. At this moment, the Starfield Dragon's body was no longer there. His body had been compressed to the extreme. After the extreme, it was not the end yet. All the black stars were still being compressed, squeezed, broken, and condensed into one. Then they became smaller and finally became a point. A very small point. The whole process was quite fast. In just the blink of an eye, the point that condensed all the compressed power of the Starfield Dragon was completed. In the next moment, it was almost a suicidal attack. Big bang. Without a sound, the rules exploded. This was the final rule of the Star Rules. In the entire universe, perhaps only the Starfield Dragon could use it. Its power was naturally close to the level of a ruler, and it was one of the most destructive rules in the universe. What Long Chen saw was the destruction of a world in front of him. Of course, it was also the birth of a new world. Without a sound, the destructive power arrived before him. In fact, all the destructive power was released in front of Long Chen, and it was completely targeted at him. Everyone saw dazzling starlight, but only Long Chen saw the destruction of everything. Like a torrent, it completely engulfed Long Chen and the Starfield Dragon. The destructive power of the stars completely drowned Long Chen. The suicidal attack of the Starfield Dragon was indeed incomparable. Of course, the Starfield Dragon was not dead. After a while, a few small stars condensed into his appearance, but he was very weak. Although he had attacked Long Chen, he had actually reached his limit and had completely lost the ability to fight. Is he dead? If he's dead, you don't have to worry about him, Saint. Chapter 3061. The destructive law of the Big Bang was enough to cause serious damage to an eternal-level world. That was why the Starfield Dragon dared to fight against Long Chen, who defeated the 9 Heaven Saints alone. It turns out that I've succeeded. Although this kid is rumored to be extremely powerful, he's still too young to understand me. Although I'm heavily injured now, it's worth it to kill him for the Son of Chaos. The Starfield Dragon could only maintain his human form and was in a weakened state. He breathed a sigh of relief as he imagined how the Son of Chaos would reward him when he found out about this. The Starfield Dragon could not help but feel excited at the thought of his future status. He was one of the first to follow the Son of Chaos. After the Big Bang, the smoke gradually dissipated. Just when the Starfield Dragon was smiling and was about to help the Sacred Emperor Beast, an aura that made him tremble suddenly appeared behind him. Long Chen. The Starfield Dragon turned around in horror and saw Long Chen's figure appearing unscathed in the smoke when the smoke dissipated. The primordial dragon pagoda appeared and protected Long Chen within it. He was completely unharmed. Now that the power of the Big Bang had passed, the outcome of the battle was decided. The laws of the Big Bang were so strong that even Long Chen himself was shocked. But what shocked him even more was the protective power of the primordial dragon pagoda. That kind of impact was actually unscathed. It seemed like he had underestimated the primordial dragon pagoda. You. The Starfield Dragon's face instantly turned pale. In Long Chen's view, the Star Territory giant dragon, who had lost its combat power, was no longer a match for him. He was now in a seriously injured state. Without saying anything, Long Chen cast a cold glance at him and walked past him towards Emo Xiaolang. Emo Xiaolang was not an ultimate god after all, so he could not resist for long. He was completely suppressed by the cosmic sea divine beast and his life was in danger at any moment. He could only rely on the chaos green flame to hold on. Long Chen certainly did not want anything to happen to him. At this moment, the huge body of the cosmic sea god beast rolled in the vast sea. Countless gemstone tentacles extended out. They were like countless gemstone eyes in the night sky. They were blue and resplendent, and their brilliance was boundless. They trapped the time demon wolf within. She was very powerful in the sea, and Emo Xiaolong's damage to her was limited. Cosmic Sea, Heaven's Punishment Region. The cosmic sea divine beast might have sensed Long Chen's situation, so it directly used its final rule. It was not inferior to the Starfield Dragon's Big Bang attack. It was an attack that hurt both the enemy and itself. Its purpose was to kill Mo Xiaolang. It was already a great victory for them to be able to kill one of their opponents. After all, the Emperor Sacred Beast had the cooperation of Lingxi and Li Xuanji. The two women even suppressed an ultimate god, making the Emperor Sacred Beast extremely frustrated. When the Cosmic Sea's Heaven Punishment Realm was launched, countless gems sparkled and formed a spherical space with these gems as the core. All the tentacles of the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast were supported on the surface of the spherical space, while Mo Xiaolang was trapped inside the Heaven Punishment Realm. In an instant, the Heaven's Punishment region was flooded with blue sea water. Mo Xiaolang was also submerged in it. I offer your flesh and soul as a sacrifice to the spirit of the vast sea. Heaven's punishment, come. The Cosmic Sea Divine Beast shouted loudly. Within the Heaven's Punishment region, an ocean storm comparable to the Big Bang erupted. The entire spherical space began to shrink and suppress. According to Long Chen's estimation, the Heaven's Punishment region would shrink infinitely, and the ocean storm would also erupt until Mo Xiaolang was crushed into ashes. In the starry sky and the vast sea, the numerous blue gemstones burst into a bright light. Each of them was like a beautiful sun sinking in the sea, emitting a brilliant blue light. Big brother. In this situation, Mo Xiaolang was somewhat unable to hold on, so he asked Long Chen for help. He knew that Long Chen had already defeated his opponent and it was time for him to help. In fact, there was no need for Mo Xiaolang to say that. When he saw that the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast was about to use a desperate move to cause damage to Long Chen's side, he had already rushed towards the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. With his current speed and lethality, the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast's Heaven's Punishment region was absolutely futile. Even Long Chen had blocked the Big Bang and was unscathed. At the critical moment. However, something unexpected happened at this time. The Starfield Giant Dragon understood the key at this moment. Long Chen had underestimated its fanaticism for victory and its fanaticism for the Chaos Sun. At this time, it was already in a state of absolute serious injury and could not attack. However, the Starfield Giant Dragon seemed to have gone crazy. Before Long Chen could move, it used all its strength to block in front of Long Chen and barely transformed into the body of the Starfield Giant Dragon. It gathered all its strength and pounced towards Long Chen. It intended to intercept Long Chen and let the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast succeed in its attack. All of you deserve to die. The Starfield Giant Dragon roared with great sorrow and grandeur. Although the threat was very small, the other party's body was too big, and it was also a problem. On Mo Xiaolang's side, it was a race against time. A slight hesitation could cost Mo Xiaolang his life. After realizing the seriousness of this matter, Long Chen was absolutely indifferent to the extreme. No matter how big the trouble would be, he had to save his brother. When everyone was worried about Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen did not say anything. He held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand and rushed towards the Starfield Giant Dragon's body head-on. Don't even think about going over. The Starfield Giant Dragon roared madly. Long Chen looked indifferent. When he rushed towards the Starfield Giant Dragon's body, he gathered all his strength on the Ghost Blood Curse and slashed it suddenly. The Ghost Blood Curse released a ferocious light. Under the surging power, it broke through everything and directly cut the invisible body of the Starfield Giant Dragon. Rip. Long Chen rushed forward with his sword. Facing this weak but stubborn Starfield Giant Dragon, he did not show any mercy. He used the Ghost Blood Curse to open a path, allowing him to rush through the body of the Ghost Blood Curse. The sharpness of the Ghost Blood Curse had torn the Starfield Giant Dragon apart countless times. In the end, the Starfield Giant Dragon's voice was hoarse. He turned into a human, and Long Chen passed through his body and landed in front of the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast. This happened in an instant. At this point, Long Chen did not have the time to look at the Starfield Giant Dragon. The Cosmic Sea Divine Beast was frantically compressing the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast's Heaven's Punishment realm. If he was a little slower, Mo Xiaolang would be dead. The spherical Heaven's Punishment realm had already been compressed to a relatively small size. Death World Calamity. At this moment, Long Chen was like a peerless god of death. With a slash of his sword, the Death World Calamity once again formed a 10,000 zhong long sword qi. This time, it was even more ferocious. All the strength of the Death World was gathered on this sword. At the same time, even the ghost blood curse was undergoing some changes. Rip. This time, the sword chi of the Death World Calamity wreaked havoc, slashing into the cosmic sea divine beast sea, cutting the endless sea in half. Then, it rushed forward again. The real opponent was all the tentacles of the cosmic sea divine beast. It was extremely fast. The cosmic sea divine beast could not dodge at all, and the sword chi went through all the tentacles. At that moment, she screamed in pain. All her strength was focused on the heaven's punishment realm. She was dealing with Mo Xiaolang, so she could not withstand Long Chen's sword chi. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen's sword chi directly cut all the gem-like tentacles of the cosmic sea divine beast. Whoosh! All the tentacles were cut in half and flew out. It was a spectacular scene. Without the support of the tentacles, the heaven's punishment realm instantly lost its strength. Mo Xiaolang broke out of the heaven's punishment realm and appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, he looked a little haggard. The suppression of the heaven's punishment realm was very strong. Fortunately, Long Chen came in time. "How are you feeling?" Long Chen quickly asked. "I'm fine. I need to rest for a while." Mo Xiaolang grinned. He had completed his mission and returned to the realm of life to rest and recuperate. He would be able to recover in a while. The outcome was set. Long Chen was definitely the winner. That's good. Mo Xiaolang's ability to fight against an ultimate god for such a long time was already incredible. He would be able to crush many ultimate gods once he became an ultimate god. Long Chen glanced around and saw the situation. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were in a stalemate with the Emperor Beast. Their cooperation was similar to Long Chen and Lingxi's. After all, Li Xuanji was using Long Chen's rule. On the other side, the cosmic sea divine beast was heavily injured. At that moment, it was recalling its tentacles and gluing them together again. However, its vitality was also greatly injured. Long Chen could definitely kill it if he attacked. As for the galactic dragon, Long Chen saw that he had regained his human form. His skin was pale and his body was trembling. The ghost blood curse had crawled all over his body. Even his eyes were filled with the ghost blood curse. The symbol of the swastika had surrounded him. At that moment, he looked at Long Chen while trembling in fear. In the end, he laughed ferociously. Long Chen, haha, you're destined to die. Today, if I die in your hands, the saint will avenge me. He promised me that he will make you leave this world with 10,000 times the pain. He can't do it, said Long Chen faintly. No, he can do it. There's nothing he can't do since he was born. After saying that, the galactic dragon's body began to turn into ashes under the attack of the ghost blood curse. I didn't expect your curse to have such a huge effect on an ultimate god. Of course, that's also why I slashed so many times and pierced through his body. Long Chen watched as the galactic dragon completely disappeared in front of his eyes. An ultimate god had fallen. Excluding the myriad transformation demon Venerable, this was the first ultimate god he had killed. In fact, Long Chen did not want to kill him. However, he had blocked Long Chen's way at the most crucial moment, which meant that he had a death wish. Xueqi became excited and said, "Of course. I haven't killed an ultimate god in a long time. I've even forgotten how it tastes like. How refreshing, how refreshing." Her smooth skin was completely exposed to Long Chen, but he did not care. "I'm going to level up." Suddenly, Xueqi's eyes widened and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Chapter 3062. It was possible to upgrade a creator divine weapon. Of course, each had its own requirements. Generally speaking, upgrading a creator divine weapon was much more difficult than upgrading a god or demon god. The requirements were usually some special items, such as primordial chaos immortal essences, primordial chaos treasures, or something else. The ability of the ghost blood curse, an eternal rank creator divine weapon, was that it could devour the soul remnant of its opponent in the form of a curse. When it accumulated to a certain level, especially after killing the supreme god spirit Starfield Dragon, it underwent a huge transformation. At this moment, the ghost blood curse was refining all the soul remnant inside, burning them and turning them into the power of the ghost blood curse. Its creator divine power was expanding endlessly. The interior of the ghost blood curse was undergoing an unbelievable transformation. Ghost 7 was submerged in the sea of curses, and had merged with the sea of curses formed by the ghost blood curse. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse in his hand. It was a surprise to him. Perhaps even the ghost blood curse herself hadn't expected this. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. I forgot about it. I didn't expect that after you became my master, I would kill more people and transform to this level. Of course, the upgrade of the ghost blood curse could change its level. It should be able to help me reach the semi-primordial level. But my semi-primordial level is definitely stronger than the Myriad World's divine sword. Ghost Qi said proudly. Of course, she didn't dare to compare herself to the primordial dragon pagoda. She was afraid of the primordial dragon pagoda, but the origin dragon palace was even more afraid. Finally, the ghost blood curse's transformation was successful. Long Chen closed his eyes to sense it. It had indeed reached a level that surpassed the sacrificial spear and the sky-burying coffin. This way, Long Chen wouldn't need the sacrificial spear anymore. After all, it was a similar type of creator divine weapon. It wasn't very useful. Of course, Long Chen had more important things to do. He had left the ghost blood curse to evolve. The cosmic sea god beast had already escaped with heavy injuries. The interstellar domain dragon had already died in battle. Only the holy emperor beast was still fighting Lingxi and Li Xuanji. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of the emperor beast, shielding Lingxi and Li Xuanji. The sacred emperor beast had already seen the current situation. You killed a stellar domain dragon. The emperor beast's eyes turned even redder, and its entire body trembled in anger. Long Chen raised the half-original incipient ghost blood curse, pointing at the holy emperor. He didn't have much patience. He said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get lost, you will end up like that star area dragon. In your eyes, I've killed 2 of your monster clan's god realm experts. Don't think that I will spare you. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite with him. He didn't kill because it was not easy for the holy emperor beast to reach the ultimate god realm. Therefore, unless it was an extreme situation, he would not be too cruel. The Saint Emperor Beast could already see that he was the only one left. He was isolated and helpless. Get lost. Long Chen was giving him one last chance. If the Holy Emperor Beast didn't get lost, he would take action. He didn't even know how powerful the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and the Ghost Blood Curse would be. Humph. How laughable. In this place, no matter how arrogant you are destined to die. Going against the Holy Sun and snatching the Holy Sun's things, it's not just you. Everyone around you will live eternally in calamity. No matter how tough the Holy Emperor Beast was, he had to run away with his tail between his legs. He knew that Long Chen was the kind of person who could defeat him quickly. After the Holy Emperor Beast ran away, Long Chen turned around. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were a little tired. Thank you for your hard work. It was very dangerous for them to participate in the battle, but they were willing to help him in this aspect. It's okay. Hurry up and take the last one. All right. Time waits for no man. Long Chen quickly landed on the white jade dragon head after dealing with the primordial dragon pagoda. He took out the primordial dragon pagoda. During this period, the primordial dragon pagoda had been very cooperative. The longer Long Chen stayed with it, the longer he could use it. At least until now, there was no situation where he couldn't summon it. Heart of Great Void. In order to obtain the cat's 4th main body, he needed to exceed the normal flow of time. Under the heart of the Great Void, the time around the white jade dragon head flowed like waves. After about 15 minutes, the time had reached its limit. A time storm formed around the white jade dragon head. Boom. At that moment, it was also the white jade dragon head's limit. The white jade dragon head turned into a ray of light in front of Long Chen and formed one of Kitten's bodies. It was a crystal-like calf. Sure enough, it was another leg. Obviously, the Son of Chaos had also obtained a leg in the 2nd place. So now, a total of 4 legs had appeared. As for where the other things were, he could only find them slowly. Long Chen reached out to take the crystal calf in front of him. Kitten could not wait any longer. However, at this moment, not only Lingxi, but Long Chen also felt the arrival of the power of space. The rules were even faster than him. In a flash, a hand suddenly appeared in the space in front of Long Chen and rushed to grab the crystal calf before Long Chen. Then, the hand disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes with a crystal calf. This speed made Long Chen a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, the crystal calf that he had painstakingly made had disappeared. Who? In fact, he did not need to ask to know that in this time tunnel, in the ruins of time, only the Son of Chaos had this level of spatial ability. Looking back, he saw a total of a few people appear on the other side of the ruins of time. They were the Son of Chaos, the Xiangyang Fairy, the Mother of All Things, and the Taotai Behemoth. Previously, the Emperor Beast had escaped in another direction. Now, the Son of Chaos was in the lead, and the Xiangyang Fairy stood behind him like a little woman. The Mother of All Things and the Taotai Behemoth were on both sides, one silent and mysterious, the other violent and ferocious. The Son of Chaos had a faint smile on his face. He was playing with a crystal calf in his palm. It looked very pocket-sized and cute. It was the thing that he had just crossed space and snatched from Long Chen's hands. To be able to snatch something from Long Chen's body under such circumstances, his ability could only be described as having reached the pinnacle. In terms of attainments in the Tao of space, this fellow had even surpassed Di Jun and Ling Shi. However, space was only one of his 3 types of rules. Long Chen was depressed. In his eyes, the Son of Chaos was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, especially at this time, when he easily snatched away the thing that he had painstakingly defeated his opponent. Thank you so much for giving this to me. If I had to do it myself, it would have taken some effort. The Son of Chaos's voice was very soft, which did not match his appearance. Next to him, the Taotai Behemoth laughed ferociously. This fool really thinks that he is very capable. The Xiangyang Fairy said, "Don't underestimate him. He alone took away half of the things." At this point, they once again surrounded Long Chen. This was the Son of Chaos's intention. Not only did he want to snatch away the kitten's main body that Long Chen had just obtained, but he also wanted to take away everything that Long Chen had now. From the fact that he had been able to persist here for so many years, it was clear that he was determined to obtain the kitten's main body. After successfully surrounding Long Chen, the Son of Chaos put away the kitten's main body. His chaotic eyes looked at Long Chen, as if his eyes could see through Long Chen's body. He said, "It seems that there was a person who appeared beside you before, and he seemed somewhat familiar. It seems that you want to snatch this thing because of him." He was talking about Kitten. The Son of Chaos was omnipotent, so it was normal for him to be able to sense the existence of Kitten. However, the Son of Chaos was actually very arrogant. Speaking of Kitten, although his words and demeanor were normal, his heart was filled with deep contempt. In the realm of life, Kitten was furious. "How dare you look down on Lord Cat?" The Son of Chaos said again, "You'd better not waste your efforts. This thing has nothing to do with you. Even if the person beside you gets all of it, it's useless, because it doesn't belong to you at all, but to me, the Son of Chaos. This is my last advice to you. To be honest, I have to thank you for letting me come here, but if you really anger me, I don't know what the consequences will be, but you will definitely regret it." Long Chen did not say anything, but he thought to himself, "Now, this guy and I have each obtained half, but the kitten's main body is definitely not just these 4 legs. Only I have 2 of them. If this guy wants to get all of it, he must snatch it from me. Now the most important thing has not appeared, so there is no need to fight here at all. In the end, it is better to find the other parts first." "Kitten, can you sense the location of the other parts of the main body?" Still angry, Kitten said, "I don't know. I think there's more to the time tunnel. Maybe there are other levels of space. We'd better find other levels of space first and find more things. Finally, we'll take all the things that we should take from this Chaos Sun. But boss, this guy seems very strong. Are you confident?" Right now, he has the upper hand, but until the end, who can be sure who will have the last laugh? No matter how the Son of Chaos and the others humiliated him, Long Chen was very calm. It was indeed depressing to have something that he had worked so hard to obtain snatched away, but this was the other party's ability. Now, the Son of Chaos wanted to take everything from him, but Long Chen could not be bothered to tangle with them. "Long Chen, give me those 2, and I will not care about the deaths of the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the Interstellar War God," the Son of Chaos said calmly. "Impossible." Long Chen was equally calm. "Is there no way to negotiate?" "There is no other way. What you want is also what I want. In the end, there can only be one winner." "Fine. Then from now on, I won't be polite with you. In the end, the son of Chaos's lips curled into a smile. Let me apologize to everyone. Recently, I've been attending classes at Lu Xun College of Arts and Sciences, so I haven't been updating in a timely manner. I hope everyone can understand. At the same time, a lot of interesting things happened in class, so I wanted to chat with everyone. Have any interesting things happened in class? Reply to me directly on WeChat. In the next 2 days, I will sort out the interesting things and post them on WeChat. Similarly, you can also see the 2 or 3 funny things I encountered in class on WeChat. Chapter 3063. Chaos Saint, Shangyang Fairy, Taotai Giant Beast, and the Mother of All Creatures. 4 powerful ultimate gods blocked Long Chen's way from the north, south, east, and west. Although they knew Long Chen had the life and death realms, they still used this method to put great psychological pressure on Long Chen and make him feel like fleeing. Run away. Coward. Isn't this what you always do? The Taotai Giant Beast opened its huge mouth and laughed unscrupulously. They knew that they could not deal with Long Chen here and could not take away Long Chen's things. They just wanted to humiliate Long Chen and make him retreat. Chaos Saint did not speak, naturally acquiescing to the Taotai Giant Beast's words. I think you can consider what the saint said. The saint has never given others so much patience, said the Shangyang Fairy gently. Chaos Saint shook his head and said, Now I've changed my mind. Long Chen, I can spare you, but there is one person I can't forgive. If you hand over the little devil who wants the same thing as me, I can let you leave here alive. 4 super ultimate gods. For huge pressures. Long Chen did not bother to talk to them. No matter what kind of humiliation and pressure they created, it was useless for Long Chen now. He directly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and said, Then forget it. Next time, see you on the battlefield. On the battlefield, it seems that this kid has not seen the current situation clearly. The Taotai Giant Beast looked at Long Chen and said, Now is not a suitable place, but there is always a place you can't escape from. Useless coward, trash, you can run, but you can't escape from the saint's palm. Although the other 3 did not say anything, from their eyes and expressions, it could be seen that the Taotai Giant Beast was actually just saying what they wanted. From the beginning, Chaos Saint did not see Long Chen as an equal opponent. He thought he was just a rat running around everywhere. The Taotai Giant Beast laughed at him. According to Long Chen's temper in the past, he would definitely take revenge after being insulted like this. But not now. He would not do such meaningless things just to vent his anger. He walked into the Death Realm Dragon Gate, closed the Death Realm, and disappeared in front of the 4 ultimate gods. After Long Chen left, the Beast Mother and the others gathered in front of the Chaos Child. Holy Son, this Long Chen is running away like a mouse. As long as he has the life and death realms, we can't do anything to him. The huge Taotai Beast said with its loud voice. The 3 of them were the true core of the Chaos Saint. The Mother of all things did not speak much, but at this moment she said, We have to think of a way to prevent him from entering the realms of life and death. As long as he can't escape, he will definitely hand over those 2 items dejectedly. The Chaos Saint pondered for a moment and said, Then think of a way to make it impossible for him to move as soon as he appears. I'll leave this to the 3 of you. I have to find the entrance to the next space. This is not all the spaces here. If I'm not mistaken, other than the 4 legs, the other parts are in other positions, especially the head. Just don't let him get it first. Rest assured, Holy Son. We promise to complete the task and make that rat Long Chen beg for death. The Taotai Giant Beast quickly accepted the task in order to make a contribution. All right, I'll leave it to you. The Chaos Saint did not say much. He turned around and entered the ruins of time to find the entrance to the next space. He could vaguely sense that everything in the ruins of time had been found. Because there was a difference in time between the life and death realms and the outside world, Long Chen could not stay inside for too long. As soon as he entered, he came out of another Death Realm Dragon Gate. Long Chen, I think after this time, they will definitely find a way to break your life and death realms. What should we do? Li Xuanji asked in a low voice. Long Chen sped up and said, Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. They are looking for a suitable opportunity, And so am I, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing Long Chen say this, Li Xuanji and the others were relieved. Although Long Chen didn't say anything when the Chaos Saint's son snatched the item this time, he would never suffer such a loss. Anything he said now was just empty talk. Things like battles weren't something that could be clearly described with words. Boss, I'm so angry. That. You have to work harder. When I recover my strength, I'll take down the 2 ancestral Hun Kuan beasts of the demon race. I want to be the king of the demon race. Haha. After a while, the kitten began to daydream. Long Chen was now using the rule power of time to feel the entire ruins of time. If there was an entrance, it must be related to time. Maybe he could find some clues. Kitten, can you feel the location of the other parts? Kitten quieted down and suddenly said excitedly, now that you mention it, I have some feeling, but it's a little vague. Maybe there is an entrance in this direction. Long Chen quickly went in that direction. Now that about 2 days had passed, it was already 60 years outside. Time could not be delayed. Deep in the ruins of time. In a deep space, it was very quiet, without the slightest sound. Just when it was quiet to the extreme, a few people appeared here. It was the Chaos Saint and the others, a total of 8. Except for the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the interstellar domain dragon, everyone else was gathered here. Judging from the trajectory of time, it should be below here. The Chaos Saint led everyone into an abyss. There were many small rooms in this abyss, and the Chaos Saint finally stopped in front of one of the dilapidated rooms. Walking into this narrow room, it was a little crowded with 8 ultimate gods. The Taotai giant beast walked next to the Chaos Saint, looked around, and said, Saint, there's nothing special here. How can it be the entrance to the next space? The Chaos Saint was not angry and smiled faintly. At this time, he walked in front of a wall and gently wiped it. The dust on the wall fell, and a mirror appeared on the wall. This mirror is really strange. When the mirror appeared, everyone understood. Although they were laymen, they could see that the mirror was full of the power of time. They stood in front of the mirror and saw 8 children in the mirror. Yes, that was what they looked like when they were young. They had even forgotten that they once had such a stage. This is us. Everyone was stunned. In the mirror, they were reflected in the past. It was like a reverse flow of time. Fortunately, he looked down at himself and was still in his original state. Come with me. The Chaos Saint smiled faintly and took a step forward and directly entered the mirror. When his feet touched the mirror shook and rippled. After a while, the Chaos Saint disappeared in it. We can really go in. The other ultimate gods were very emotional. Then, they hurriedly followed after him. After a while, there was no one there. Long Chen stood in front of a mirror. The mirror was suspended in the gray clouds and could not be seen if one did not look carefully. In the mirror, Long Chen saw himself as a child. He was probably about 10 years old and was still a dirty child. Although he was young, there was a deep wildness hidden in his eyes. Long Chen looked at him and he was also looking at Long Chen. The look in his eyes was as if he did not know Long Chen. With not much time left, Long Chen hurriedly stepped into the mirror. With a flash of ripples, Long Chen also disappeared from the ruins of time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another space. This space was not big and was also gray and chaotic. The surroundings seemed to be sealed, and this sealed space was the mirror that Long Chen saw from the outside. Now that Long Chen stood there and looked into the mirror, he saw his reflection everywhere. Of course, it was his appearance of about 10 years old. The 6 mirrors reflected thousands of copies of himself. Here. Long Chen looked around. He was very sure that this was not the second place he wanted to go. This place was like the inside of the door. Only by going out from here could he reach the second place. The problem was how to get out from here. Could it be that I have to break this mirror? It seemed that this mirror was very easy to break. Long Chen took away the ghost blood curse and casually slashed out. The sword light struck a mirror, but the mirror was like water. Ripples spread out, and the power rushed into the mirror. The mirror quickly recovered and was not damaged at all. The power of an ultimate god did not damage the mirror. This mirror seems to exist, but it doesn't. I'm trapped here, but as long as I attack, it seems to disappear, making me attack nothing. Long Chen used the ghost blood curse on one of the mirrors. The mirror was very hard. In the mirror, his young self was also holding the ghost blood curse and stabbed it at the mirror. His young face had a wild look in his eyes, which looked very strange. The ghost blood curse could not penetrate it, but as long as there was power, it would instantly pass through. Of course, Long Chen's body could not pass through it. This is strange. How do we crack this thing? Does it still test the rules of time? The time it took to reach the second place was almost equal to the time it took to obtain the other parts of the kitten's body. Therefore, it was now a race against time with the Son of Chaos. Even if he also reached the world inside, in the end, whoever could crack this place faster would be able to obtain more things. How should he do it? Long Chen let Li Xuanji come out. Beside Long Chen, Li Xuanji was a 10-year-old girl. She was very cold when she was young. Even Li Xuanji was the same. For a moment, he seemed to have no other way. He stared at his young self in the mirror for a long time. You can think a little. It's not necessarily impossible. Don't limit yourself to what you see in front of you. Li Xuanji looked at him and said softly. You have a way? Long Chen asked. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.